おいおい、何を泣いているんだ。泣いてる場合じゃないだろう。さあ、どうも、こんにちは。名探偵毛利小五郎です。今日はこちらのゲーム、オリエント急行殺人事件を、この私、名探偵毛利小五郎が主役となって、この難解な事件を解決していこうと思うわけであります。まあ、これはね、私、名探偵毛利小五郎が過去に体験した事件を皆さんと一緒に思い出しながら少し私のお話に付き合っていただければと思います。これ、コナン。どっか行ってる？さあ、始まりから犬の鳴き声がしますが、この名探偵コナンに犬が出てくれば最初は受けたと思うんですがね。さあ、それではロードしていきましょう。なんか、オートセーブがすごい勢いで、こんなに何回も何回もセーブされるのか。さあ、チャプター3、デイジー・アームストロング。前回はですね、このオリエント急行の中で起きた殺人を、誰が犯人かということで私が追っていたところ、何やらこの子供の写真、デイジー・アームストロングの写真を見つけてですね、これは何者だと思っていたところ、トイレの中から一人の女性が、この私の目の前に現れたというわけです。この女性の過去を追っているところからのスタートとなります。それでは、解決していきましょう。
I had just been promoted to detective after 5 years on patrol. It was my first time on a major case. It had been a month since Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped. The Armstrongs were desperate.
誘拐されたんですね。
I was there only for paperwork to fill in some blanks.
そう、この女性です。便所の中で寝ていた。さあ、あたりを見ます。これも、
A topographical map, often more important than a road map in these
これも
mountains.
私じゃありませんね、今。
A topographical map, often more.
操作するというのは、あ、もういいのか。デイジー・アームストロングケース。うん。この写真も見かけましたな。
The investigation is now part of a pile of investigations, and my captain sent me here just to dot some I's and cross some T's.
3歳の少女、ジョージ・アームストロングとソニー・アームストロングの娘。被害者は2019年2月より。デイジーの子守であるミズ・モローは10時44分で逃げたのに気づいた。
The crime was audacious. How could the kidnapper know which was the window of Daisy's room? No, they could use a ladder to reach it, and no, they could enter the room without being seen.
これも寝室の外にはしごがかかっていた。普段は内側から施錠される窓が開いている状態だった。家の近くの山中で四輪駆動車のタイヤが見つかった。さあ、そしてここに3月1日。法執行権を手続けたのとアームストロング家は身代金の要求申請100万ドル。今は円高だからな。円高じゃねえ、円安だからな。その後、誘拐犯から連絡なくデイジーも帰ってきていない。
The misspellings are clearly on purpose, and they didn't return the child when the ransom was paid.
さあ、ハーブ、レッド、2、3日ぐらいにインフォームで、まあいいだろう。これはお父さんですね。我々は地元の博物館の資金集めのために交流会。人がたくさんいて、一部には全く顔知らない人もおりました。デイジーの子守であるスザンネの叫び声が聞こえてきた。 スザンヌはひどい興奮しとったはいなかったという。
How could the child be taken with so many people in the house?
ソニア・アームストロング、お母さんですかな。
I can't imagine the pain her parents felt when they realized Daisy was gone. How are they going to feel when they realize I have no answers for them? Only more questions.
最後にデイジーを見たのは10時半頃。行った時だって。10時45分に、10時半にはいたと。いないことに。スザンヌがいない。スザンヌはだから、10時45分に行ったと。犯人は寝ていた。誰だこいつは。
That's why I'm here.
これがスザンヌかい？
A damn computer glitch. Or somebody pushed delete instead of save. Whatever happened, we lost the nanny's deposition.
もう一度聞けということだ
So my
ね。
entire contribution to the investigation is to take it again. The phone record of the night of the kidnapping. The last call was for 9.
電話記録。同じところにかけているな。このソニア・アームストロングが昼間誰かにかけているな。で、夕方も同じ、夕方違うか。違うところにかけている。で、今度はスザンヌから11時午前。なんだこれは。前日から、前日に誰かにかけて、まだかけているね。キャラクターが更新された。そうだな、ミズ・モロー。ミズ・モローは誰なんだ？やっと走れた。やっと走れた。やっと走れた。何かないか、この辺に。やっと走れたぞ。ここ行けない。失礼しますよ。
Good evening. Colonel Armstrong?
Yes. You're the detective they phoned about.
そうです。
Joanna Locke.
I don't remember you.
森小五
I'm
郎で
newly
す。
assigned to the case.
It's about time more detectives were involved. My wife, Sonia, she hasn't been herself. Every day is a waking nightmare for us. Tell me you've uncovered something new.
I'm here to speak to your daughter's nanny. There was a
Babysitter
computer problem.
の話があって。
Her earlier statement has been lost.
Oh, I see. We had hoped. Well, do as you wish. I won't be far if you need me.
すいませんね。何でしょうか、これは。
Their fairy tale became a nightmare.
どこですか？
Mrs. Armstrong, my
Pero,
name is
oksan
Joanna
ka.
Locke. I'm a detective investigating the kidnapping of your daughter. May I talk to you? When is your baby due? Mrs. Armstrong? Sonia?
二人目は身ごもっているのかい？
I don't want to talk. I just want to see my daughter again. That's all that matters.
The poor woman. I can't.
なんか来てるぞ。失踪した娘。事件資料の中からデイジーの写真を見つけなくて。事件資料の中からデイジーの写真。
Hey, I'm a pretty good detective after
Hey.
all. A toy castle.
おもちゃのお城。
When I was a kid, I had a
なん
police
か
station and a
あ
tiny
った。
squad car with a siren.
これも集めなければいけない金のひげだ。さあ、ピロルンピロルン。ちょっと皆さんお待ちよ。どうやらめぐれ警部が来たようです。はい。すいません。玄関の前に置いてください。すいません、すいません。めぐれ警部が来たようでした。それでは続きを。
yourself, Joanna. You earned it.
ここはもう何もないのか。さあ、これでこっちにも一応部屋があるが。
A toy train. Now here I am on a real one.
うん
Hello.
君か
Are you Suzanne Moreau, Daisy's nanny?
Yes?
あ、
I'm
これが
Joanna
スザンヌか。
A detective working on Daisy's case.
Is there any news?
I'm afraid not.
How can I help you?
I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I have to take
証
your
言をお
statement
願いします
again
よ。
concerning the evening of Daisy's disappearance. There was a computer problem. Your statement was accidentally deleted.
Of course. I want to help any way I can.
誘拐になった夜は
Tell
何
me
をしま
about
した
that night in your own words.
The Armstrongs had a party to raise money for a museum, I think. Mrs. Armstrong is on their board. I was in charge of Daisy. I stayed with the little one all evening, playing with her and reading
Oh.
books to her. She couldn't sleep with all the noise and the comings and goings.
寝ていたと言ったんだからな。
When did you notice Daisy was missing?
I was only gone 5 minutes to phone my mother. She's in the hospital. When I returned, Daisy wasn't in her bed. I thought she might have gone to look at the party, but then I saw the handsome note on her pillow.
お前じゃないのか、
And
犯人。
screamed. I couldn't stop.
Did you notice anything unusual before that?
I was with Daisy all evening. Finally, she fell asleep. I didn't see anyone else.
誰とも
or
会っていない
notice
し、お
anything
か
in
しなことも
particular.
見ていない。誘拐犯の身
Do
元
you
は
have any idea who did this?
No, I can't see who could have done such a horrible thing. The Armstrongs are such good people. Like my own family.
Thank you for giving me your statement again. I'll get back to you if I have any questions.
I won't be far.
Okay. I have Suzanne's
終わったな。
statement. But her answers need some checking.
さあ、なんかマインドマップ来た。ミズ・モロの電話に関する証言と一致しない要素を一つ選択する。そう、すやすやとってここだよね。
This information does not correspond to what Suzanne told me. Suzanne said she left Daisy alone for 5 minutes, but Mrs. Armstrong says she stayed with Daisy for a while and Suzanne did not return.
嘘をついてるな、スザンヌ。
Gets it right.
さあ、デイジーの部屋から水物を。確かに。はい。ちょっともう一回聞いてみよう。お前、嘘ついてるな。なんだ。
Lyon, in France.
あれ奥さんだ、奥さん。さあ、奥さん。証言が食い違ってますよ。
Mrs. Armstrong? Let me show you this.
Daisy, my little Daisy. I miss her so much. Good it is to see her face.
I can't imagine the pain you're feeling right now.
She loved her
Oh.
little stuffed animal, Fluffy.
フラッフィ
She
ー。
took him everywhere with her. The kidnappers took it as well. They didn't have to. That means they wouldn't hurt her, doesn't it?
Every lead will be followed up. You have my word on that.
Thank you. I shouldn't lose hope. Somehow.
I know it isn't my case, but I just made a promise, and I mean to keep it. Do you know where I can find
モ
Miss
ロさん
Moreau?
も喋ったんだ
She's
よ。
in her room.
ごめんな。先にこっちだったから。
Last door on the left.
先にこっちだった。ごめんね。
Tell me about the night Daisy was taken, especially anything about your daughter and Suzanne Moreau.
Apart from seeing to our guests, I took a moment to check on Suzanne and Daisy in Daisy's room. Suzanne wasn't there, but Daisy was asleep. I sat with her for 10 minutes or so. Suzanne didn't return. while I was there, but there's no reason
Daisy
for her to sit there all night when Daisy is asleep. I went back downstairs.
May I come back? If I have more questions?
Of course. Anything I can do.
Okay, the story is Sonia and Suzanne.
さあ、資料のそう、この電話番号は私は気になっていたんだ。ミズ・モローが、ここ長いな。長めの電話だ。
That is not exactly what Suzanne told me earlier. Suzanne was on the phone more than 5 minutes. Score. 1 for the good guys.
これで奴の証言を目視と確かめる。さあ行きましょう。走るんだ。早く走れ。
If I understand you correctly,
はい。
you left Daisy when she was not asleep?
The party was very loud. Daisy was too wound up to sleep. I read her a Motley Mule detective story to try and put her to sleep.
名探偵モトリー・ミュールですか。彼とは私もね、恋にしてましてね。最近は会ってない
I
ん
had
です
to
が
make a。quick phone call. No more than 5 minutes. But when I came back, Daisy was gone.
彼もいい名探偵ですよ。お役眠って。ここで
Are you
す。
sure you were only gone for 5 minutes?
5, 6, what does it matter? It was very quick.
電話記録があります。
You say you were only away 5 or 6 minutes, but Mrs. Armstrong says she was alone there more like 10 minutes. And the phone record shows that you stayed on the call for more than 30 minutes, way longer than you said.
My mother is extremely ill. It's difficult for me. I may have lost track of time. When I came back, Daisy had disappeared. It must have been a coincidence.
You have to be precise, Suzanne. A little girl's life is
怪
at
しいです
stake.
ね、
Why
君。
are you doing this? I didn't do anything wrong. I would never hurt Daisy.
I need to check Suzanne's story. She's
スザ
panicked.
ンヌの証言をチェックしないと。
Why now? What? I should see if the Armstrongs can confirm what Suzanne told me.
いつ
I
も
should see if the Armstrongs can confirm what Suzanne.
なんかマインドマップが出た。時系列のために次の出来事は正しい順に並べよう。あ、これわかんねえな、まだ。立てかける。でも立てかけるだな、普通。まず立てかけるでしょ。立てかける、電話をかけに行く。違うな。ドアから侵入しようか。あ、立てかける。電話しに行った。侵入する。いや、先に立てかけて侵入したら電話してるかどうかわからないから。まず侵入か。侵入、電話を見に行ったら立てかける。階段から行く。窓を開けて出ると。こうだな。これでしょ。違う。
Think.
じゃあ後にしよう。水物。電話番号で。2140。これでやってるでしょう。
That is a great detective job.
The number you have called is not in service at this time. Please hang up and dial again. Or contact
ど
your
う
service
いうこと
provider.
ですか？
The number Suzanne called is not in service? A hospital?
おい、
I should see if the Armstrongs can confirm what Suzanne told me.
先にそっちなんだ。奥様？
I spoke with Suzanne. She was phoning her mother. That's why you didn't see her when you went to check on Daisy.
Yes, her mother. I
彼
tried
女
to
の母親
call
の
the
私もあの
woman
人に電話しました
earlier
よ。
that week,
ん
but the hospital said she's been in a medically induced coma for more than
2
2
ヶ月以上意
months.
識がな
Suzanne
い。
told me she called her mother, but she would have known her mother was in a coma.
では絶対違うはずだ。ちょっと旦那様にも一応聞いてくるか。旦那さん、すいません、どうも。私、名探偵毛利小五郎という
How
も
are
の
you
ですが。
doing? Are you holding up?
You know, in the military, you're supposed to have the stiffest of upper lips. The Desert War
砂
taught
漠
me
で戦
that
いの
soon
先生
enough.
大佐ね。
This, it's difficult. Damned difficult. Harder on my good lady, of course.
Do you know where I can find Miss Moreau?
Her room is upstairs across the hall from Daisy's. She seldom leaves it.
Did you see Miss Moreau during the party?
五郎さんは
I
座ってました
remember
ね。何
seeing
度
her
か
at
見かけたか
some
ら。
point, but otherwise, no. I was too busy with my guests. Wear the smile, shake the proffered hand.
Ms. Moreau told me she called her mother.
Well, why not? I believe they are very close, and the poor woman is not well. She needs some experimental treatment that isn't available
治療
yet
が
in
試す必要があ
France.
るそうだ。金が必要だったんだな
Take。whatever time you need.
おい。ミズ・モロー、金が必要だったんだな。おい、ミズ・モロー。こんなの私にかければすぐだ。お前金が必要だったから仲間を売った。子供を売ったんだ。
The number you called that night is no longer in service.
I don't understand. That's the number the hospital gave me to call my mother's room.
You told me you were on the phone with your mother when Daisy was abducted.
As we said earlier,
あんたのお母さん2ヶ月も意識がない状態なんで
and
すだ。
was on the phone longer than I said. But since my mother is very ill, she had to leave her hometown, Lyon, because the treatment is not approved yet in
故郷の
France.
リヨン。
She is in an hospital in Boston for a
France
special
なんだ。
treatment. I call her every night to check on her. When I came back, Daisy was gone. I'll never forgive myself.
対決。はい、来た。はい。はい。ここでしょ。
Are you sure you called your mother?
Yes, every night since she was admitted in December.
昏睡。
Suzanne, I think you really care for Daisy. If you do, then tell me the truth. You can't have been calling your mother while she's in a coma.
My mom really is in a hospital in Boston. She really is in a coma. I wasn't calling her.
Yeah,
I was
すぐ-
on the phone with my boyfriend. No,
す
Oh,
ぐ
lie
ゲロっ
about
た。
it. Why are you panicking?
because he's gone. I haven't heard from him since the night of the kidnapping. I'm afraid he's somehow connected to Daisy's disappearance. That he was just using me somehow. But I swear I talked to him. Yes, for more like 30 minutes that night. So he couldn't have kidnapped Daisy at the same time we were talking.
But he could have kept you talking so someone else could take Daisy.
Yes, you can see why I lied.
その彼氏っていうのは本当に付き合って長いんですか？あなたこの誘拐事件のために雇われた男なんじゃないでしょう。
But you've made it harder to find Daisy.
そいつに惚れてしまっ
Do you realize
た。
that?
Oh my god. What have I done?
What's most important is not what you've done.
そいつも雇われていたんですよ。
Go. I'll be back to talk to you. No more lies, Suzanne. For Daisy. No more lies.
今日キレキレだぞ。私。
Noah. The name might lead us to that little girl. I am on this case now. Whether my captain wants me to be or not.
全部。なんだロミエとジュリエット。日記だ。違う、回転。
A lost
Wait.
diary? Let's see if I can shine some light on its secrets.
危ねえ、今、普通に表だけ見てたら何にも起きなかったわ。んちょっと他のもちょっと裏見るか、一応。ロミジュリもなんかこう拳銃が挟まってるないか。 はあってな。ビクター・フューゴ。いや、知らないの。あ、レ・ミゼラブルか。
What's in the glass case? Oh, big surprise. Glasses.
うん。ティッシュ。んなんだ
I expect Suzanne must have gone through a lot of tissues these past weeks.
泣いた後みたいな。お、鍵はあるな。
Small jewelry box. By the size
彼にもらっ
of the
た
same earrings.
違う、パリの
An Eiffel Tower keychain,
鍵な
but
いな。
no key.
鍵見つけたかと思ったけど。これで終わり。鍵を見つけなければ。今んとこ事件の再現だ。この2分の1ってなんだこれ。ヒント見る？ああ、そういうこと？いや、これ鍵探すか。ここの左からもう一回見てって。ないか。ないな。これだけだもんね。
A locked diary? A locked diary? Let's see if I can shine some light on its secrets.
ちょっと待って。この花。お、鍵がついてる。じゃあ。
A card from the florist.
なんだっけ、彼氏の名前、ノアみたいな名前だったか。
A card from the florist.
ここもまだ、あ、違う。ここもまだなんか見てない扱いなのか。下。あ、開けれるのか。鍵あるやん。
Why put a key in a jewelry box?
あるやんけ。さあ、鍵開けるぜ。私にかかればこんなものお茶の子さいさいだ。
That doesn't work.
え違う。
Doesn't work.
この鍵じゃないのか。では一体何の鍵だ。もしかしたらデイジーの部屋に何かヒントが。
Can you tell me anything about
彼氏について何か知ってることありますか？
I know she dated our chauffeur
運
for a
転手。
while. There was someone
最近別の
else
人だね。
she
あ、
met recently,
ほらだから
but
違う人なんよ。
I don't recall his name.
最近なのよ。最近なのよ、水物。ちょっとパパにも聞いてくか。
Know anything about Miss Moreau's boyfriend?
Her boyfriend? I know she went out with someone for a while there. More recently, I saw a man in a
4WD の
pick her
車。
up on her nights off. He never got out of his car, just waited for her. She did seem to spend more time than usual on the phone these past few weeks, but she worked hard. We weren't going to begrudge her what free time she had. Since the
疑えよ、お
abduction,
前らも。
she keeps pretty much to herself.
お前も疑うんです。
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you need.
さあ、今、マインドマップで分かってないの。モローのこの N の。ちょっと待って。なんだ
Sympathy and support for the Armstrong family during this difficult time. What a dear child. Any idea what this small key unlocks?
何の鍵かね。
I found it one day on the floor. I kept it in case someone lost it.
そんなものをわざわざ指輪のケースに入れるか？
I imagine these flowers must have been beautiful. Who gave them to you?
The gardener. They're getting pretty wilted, but
庭師からもらった。なるほどね。庭師の N ね。なるほどなるほど。庭師の N か。
Tell me about your boyfriend. Have you been together long?
my boyfriend? Why? He doesn't have anything to do with this.
Please, Suzanne, the sooner you answer my question, the sooner we'll be done.
His name is Noah Garrity. I met him at a Lunar New Year party in
優
Great
勝月の
Barrington.
パーティー。
He is a kind and caring person. Although, well, I miss him. He had to go away on business. He should be back.
うん。入れない。いけない。この辺の部屋は入れないのかな。え？あ、4区のファイルか。これか。
These tire tracks could well be from Suzanne's boyfriend's 4x4. The detective gets it right.
彼は運動黒を持っている。はい。水モロのボーイフレンド身元を確認してみよう。彼についてまだ謎に包まれている。いや、もう終わってる。奥さんかな？奥さんに聞くか。四駆の車乗ってたのを見かけてませんか？的なちなみにこの奥の部屋は入れません。
The world through the eyes of a child seems so.
あれもう、あれ進めなきゃダメなのかな。もうこれを事件の事実の再現を。はしごをかけを先に。はしごかける電話しに行く。いやだ、彼氏だったらこれも先に可能だな。はしごかけて電話して、その間に侵入。で、誘拐。窓から逃げると。こうだな、OK。そうか、これが彼氏だったら成立できるんだ。彼氏だとしたらな。
The kidnapper places a ladder under the window to Daisy's room. Then he joins the party, just one guest in the crowd. He somehow knows when Suzanne leaves the room, then sneaks upstairs. He opens Daisy's window, carries her down the ladder, and vanishes.
それを踏まえて、L ナビゲートってなんだ？
Any idea what this?
No, I.
どうしたの？父さんも
I
終わっ
won't
て
be
る。
long.
Take whatever time you need.
身元を調べる。ちょっとなんかないかな。私の車に何かなかったかしら？何にも車にはない。ちょっと外、こっち側見てないから。いけない。あ、いけない。 おい、なんかいけないぞ。どこだ？ちょっと迷宮入りしましたね。これが毛利小五郎の実力とは言いたくないが。わからん。こっからこういう風に行かなきゃいけないもんね。水物の電話を小人が恋人と話していた四駆のメモでしょ。何か他のことでちょっとできることがあるのかもしれない。鍵。この鍵をなんかな。誰か分かった方いますか？鍵が開かないしな。私もいけないのかないかな。なんだ。ヒゲだ。
A gold mustache. Thank you very much.
鍵の場所を探す。鍵の場所がないな。なんか増えてる。なんだこいつ。なんだこいつ何をするんだ。こいつなんか喋りかけ、意味がある喋りかけのチェックなんだが。
Tell me about your boyfriend. Have you been?
My boyfriend? He doesn't have.
Please.
His name.
I imagine these flowers must have been.
The.
なんだノアギャラリーだから、もう一回花束見るか。N だ、これノアだ、みたいなことだ。こんなこといちいち言うか？
A card from the florist.
わからない。どうしたらいいんだ。ボーイフレンドに向けてちょっとヒント見てみるか。やだな、ヒント見たくないな。まあ見るか。まずアムストロング夫妻と話したのがいいな。話したんだけど。ヤムさんは全部手がかりを使うかもしれない。別にヒント見てもいいんだ。だからこれ開かないんだよな。回転。こっち側か。どう？
Okay, Suzanne. Let's see what you have.
開いてるじゃないか。ノアと公園で過ごした彼にどんどんこう開いているのが分かる。私どれだけアームストロングが愛してる気がして、デイジーのことアームストロングさん私にとって投資してくれて感じる。大金の先生、好きな人って珍しいと。喋ってるな。ノアに喋ってるな。バレンタインデー、ノアと私。 ブルーラグーンにランチをしに行った。最初はとても良かったけど、それから変なことがノアがテキストメッセージを受信して、それがなんだノアがテキストメッセージ、それが何だったのか私は分からない。ここ出なくちゃと彼は言った。彼は他にも何も言わなかった。代わりに私たちはどっかの山へと向かう。それはどこでとか、いわゆる地の声が、彼は私に車で待つよとロマンチックになりたい。バレンタインデーに何かが起こっている。ノアはお花をくれた。彼は普段と、そうしよう感じた。なんか急にやっぱおかしくな、この2月の14日からおかしいと。日記を書く記録がなくて、最後の日付からだいぶ空いてなった。体入るの。ノアと連絡が取れていない。彼はずっと話してくれて、私はデイジーが、それでデイジーがいなから、ノアは私が大好き。とも何もない。あの夜以来、彼は私のメッセージに返事して。私はデイジーを見ていなかったから。
I can see why Suzanne didn't tell me everything about this, Noah. It's clear when he disappeared that she realized something was very wrong.
よしよしよしよしよしよし、これでやっとった。まさか、鍵が逆だったとはな。ひらめきだぜ。これはひらめきだ。まあ私にかければこんな事件は簡単でしょうな。
Tread marks of a four-wheel drive vehicle were found outside the garden on the night of the kidnapping. Noah drives one, doesn't he? Where is he, Suzanne? If you know anything more about him, you have to tell me.
I know what you're thinking, but it's impossible. He was very nice to me. He never did anything to make me suspicious. We went out to eat, to the movies. Just like a normal couple. He's not the only man in the Berkshires who drives that kind of car.
あ、嘘が含まれてる。怪しい素振りとか全くない。ここだ。
You really didn't notice anything strange about Noah until he vanished?
He could get moody at times, as if he had a lot on his mind.
バレンタインデーですよね。
In your diary, you say that Noah took you to a cabin in the mountains on Valentine's Day.
You read my diary?
I'm sorry, but we have to find Daisy. We both want that. So yes, I looked in your diary.
You're right. He took me to a cabin in the woods. I waited for him in the car. He came out after a few minutes. He was very sweet and apologetic, but he never explained. We went back to the restaurant for dessert.
Did you ever go back to the cabin with him?
No, never.
So what made Noah
なんで
drive
わざ
all
わ
the
ざ
way to a
山
cabin
小
in
山。
the
確かにそれは
mountains?
意味わ
Left
か
her
ん
in
ない
the。car. Why was he there? This is important. I know it is. I can use Suzanne's directions to the cabin and compare them to the map of the area I have in my car.
私の車とし別に車にあるマップ見なくてもいいのかな。いや、これはマップ見た方がいいな。
Thanks to the information,
この
Suzanne
街を
gave
出
me, I should be
て
able to find the cabin on this map.
2つの橋を街を出て2つの橋を企業の左手のトウモロコシ畑でここ越えました。それからどれがトウモロコシ畑？リバールーラルエリア。町を出て2つの橋を渡る。1、2。2つの橋を木々を抜けながらだから、橋が木々を抜けてるとこじゃないとダメってこと？ 1。違う、こっちやな。ここはな、1、2だね。あ、違う違う、2、木々か。木々を抜けながらだから、川がこう走ってるとこじゃないと。街を出て、1、2、ダメか。 こっちじゃないな。こっちを出て、1、ダメだ。2つの橋を木々を抜けながらだから、森の中にある橋じゃないとダメってことだ。1、ダメか。どういうこと？このルーラルエリアっていうのが、カルティベーション。これをちょっと。ルーラルエリア。農村地域。ルーラルエリアは農村地域。カルティベーション。耕されてるって意味か。トウモロコシ畑ってなんだよ。ここが町だもんね。町を出て、2つの橋を木々を抜けながらっていうのは、こういう風じゃダメなんだろう。こういう風じゃ。こういう風じゃダメなのかな。木々を抜けながら橋を渡るとこが2箇所連続っていうのがあるのか、どっかに。町がこっちかもしんない。待って、町がこっちかもしれないぞ。こっちからだと、1個、2個か、ダメか。で、左手にトウモロコシ当てきようか。橋を渡った後に左手にトウモロコシ畑ないな。1ダメでしょ？ 1 ダメでしょ？こっちな、ここはなしね。で、こっちね。で、こっち行きました。1、2、トウモロコシ畑ない。1、先に2渡って、左手にあるトウモロコシ畑を越えました。それから木々が生い茂った場所に入りました。3個越えてるな。違うな。1、2で、左手にトウモロコシ畑が越えました。木々が生い茂った場所に入りました。こここっちの町からだと 1? 1、2、左手にトウモロコシ畑。ここじゃね？
I got it. The cabin has to
合っ
be
て
here.
た。
I have to find that cabin. I hope I'm not too late.
ここだって。行くぜ、森へ。出荷が多いだよ。例えばここに何かヒントがあるのかもしれない。
Okay, here's this famous cabin. Let's investigate.
ちょっと待って。まずはヒゲを探すか。
Noah brought Suzanne to this dump on Valentine's Day? What a romantic. That window is too high to see through.
おの。ん？見るだけ？ なんかでもこれなんかもこれずっとチェックマークが出ないな。なんでだ。まあ後で使うってことかな。一応ここにあれがあるとして、こっち側いけそうにない。
That barrel is sturdy enough. I could climb on it.
上に乗っても大丈夫。動かしてと。待て。おい、見て。変なぬいぐるみがもう見えているじゃないか。これだ。
It's Daisy's plush toy. If Fluffy is here, the kidnapper has been here. I have to get inside this cabin. Ugh, an old hunting trophy starting to molt. Empty wine bottles.
金輪に誰かがここにいないのね。
Somebody has been here lately.
よし、中に入るか。でどうせ入れなくて斧使うんだろこれ。
I'm not getting through this door by wishing it open. The broom isn't sturdy enough to force the door.
オッケーオッケー。これ。
A maul for splitting wood. Perfect for attacking
よ
doors.
し。なんか危機迫る曲になってきたな。でれってれっててけでれってれっててれってそっち側でやる？思ったのと逆の方向だったな。下見に来ていたということか？ではノアは。
Look at that. A broken door to investigate. No need for a warrant. Some people seem to have played here before. The floor is scratched and worn in
この部
this
分の
area.
床は痛みが
Someone
走
must have been moved
り、
along.
かなり動かされている。ソファーの下に何かあるのかじゃ。ふっ！何かあるぞ、ドアが。
Damn, it's booby trapped. If I move, it could go off, and that countdown tells me it wants to go off anyway.
はい。何ですかこれ。わかんない。おい、急にブービートラップで。違う。なんかヒントがあるはずだ。なんだ。音が違うとかでもない。4合わせる2合わせるみたいなこういうこと？違うね。おいこれノあれで分かんなくね？ 13254 12435なんか違うな。あ、そうか、下も合わせなきゃダメなのか。なるほどね。こう1合わせたらこれで5が5になっちゃったらダメ。わかった。そういうことね。ここを5にして33になっちゃダメ。4 155になっちゃダメ。でこうだ。よし。なんだと？これはなんだ？配電盤。何をするんだこれは。違う。よし。Suzanne。こっちは はだからこれはこう、なんだ。よくわかんない。なんだこれ。どれかを切るみたいなことか。ちょっと待って、下行こう。これ待って、今なんで俺これ上切ったら切れたんだ。あ、そういうこと。まずここ行った。こっち行った。ここ行った。ここ行った。ここ行ったからこうでしょ。で、こうの、ここの、こうの、ここの。あ、違った。何をやっているんだ。
You should be able to deduce. I didn't blow myself up. Let's see if I can remember how I diffused the bomb.
でまずここを裏見ればいい。で、ここからこうでしょ。こう。うん、だからこうね。正解。はい。んで、これはここからこの板に行く。ちょっとこの板上だな。上の板ね。で、右に行く。ここからこう行く。ここを通る。こうだな。OK。さあ、最後。真ん中から通る。どっちこれ下だね。下だね。下。ここ。ここ。ここ。あ、これか。
That should do it. Wow, I wonder if that's how close it was. This would have ended my investigation right here. These rods are heading towards the canisters. It must be the trigger for the explosion. I smell a strong, sweet smell. Damn. I think these are filled to the brim with diazosyl ether. Incredibly flammable. It looks like the kidnappers wanted to utterly destroy this place and whoever opened this hatch. A wooden crate? I have to open it.
何か証拠があるのかもしれない。
Oh no. Daisy. No. I called in my discovery of the body. Then there was nothing I could do except protect the site for forever.
デイジーのここにデイジーの死体があったのか。
The forensics team arrived an hour later, cordoned off the cabin with crime scene tape, and went to work, looking for physical evidence, fingerprints, testing for fluids, DNA, any clues science can uncover. They removed Daisy's body. The autopsy would take place in the morning. But I had one more stop to make.
あ、走れなくなってる。亡くなったわ。デイジーは山小屋でね。
Oh no!
ヒゲ2個だったな。またヒゲ乾燥できなかった。
That night, I swore to find the monster who killed that child.
まあそれがあっておっと戻ってきたオリエント急行に。
Ratchet, train saw me? How? Daisy.
She was awake?
Then she collapsed again.
どうも
I take
私
the
です
responsibility.
私は責任を持ちます
Quicker than I realized.
そう私のターンに戻ってきました
Oh.
Lie still while I examine you. Pupils dilated?
I'm all right.
You are far from all right. You have been heavily sedated. Your pulse is very weak.
I have to finish my story. Ratchet can't escape again. Can't escape.
Have no fear of that, mademoiselle. Ratchet will not escape.
We must hear her story.
This woman needs rest. I will let you know when she is recovered enough to continue. But I warn
そ
you,
の間に別のことをやっていろと
I understand, Doctor. Thank you.
I have completed my
わか
preliminary
ったよ
examination
ハゲ
of
チャ
the
ビンが
deceased. I think that it will interest you.
Indeed, it will. And I have other witnesses to interrogate. You are right. Let's not put this poor woman in danger. There will be plenty of time for her to finish her story when she has recovered. By all means, tell me the results of your examination.
ラチェットの検視の結果を教えてくれアメリカ人の刑事年は32といったところでしょう
I'm right again. That... Can you estimate
さあ死亡時刻
the
は
time of death?
Rigor mortis was advanced, but not complete. I estimate the death occurred between midnight and
広い
2
な
That tallies with the witness statements I've collected so far. What is the cause of death?
multiple stab wounds to the upper torso. It's odd there are no signs of a struggle that might indicate one of the first
最初の数回
killings
試合
was
です
enough
ぐ
to kill him.
こと切れていたの
Seems that Monsieur Ratchet had taken sleeping pills during the night.
Ah, that would explain the lack of defensive wounds.
Mr. McQueen and Mr. Masterman told me that
タ
Monsieur
バコ吸わないが
Ratchet
電子タバコのリ
didn't
キッドがあったぞ
Can you confirm this?
I can't say without a more extensive post-mortem.
もしくは実は吸っていたとか本当は吸っていたけど吸わないふりをしていたのか
What can you tell me about the stab wounds?
I counted 12 in all. 1 or 2 are so slight as to be practically scratches. On the other hand, at least 3 would be capable of causing death. The angle of the wounds is instructive. Most appear to have been struck by a right-handed person. But you see this one, under the right armpit. It's not a deadly blow, given the depth, but a right-hander couldn't have done it. It was most certainly struck with the left hand.
So, our murderer is left-handed.
つまり犯人は左利きいやでも右利きの傷もありますからね
As you say, Mr. Poirot, some of these other blows are just as obviously right-handed.
それは犯人が複数いるからではないでしょう
Do
か
we have a first and second murderer, as the great Shakespeare would put it? The first murderer stabs his victim and exits left, turning off the light. Then a second murderer comes in the dark, does not see his or her work has been done, and stabs a dead
何を
body.
言っているんだ
You think so? I'm glad. It
そんな
sounds
こと
to
があ
me
り得る
a
んです
little
か本当に会話から離れる
Thank you, Doctor. Excellent work under difficult circumstances. Please let me know when I may speak again with Mademoiselle Locke.
Of course.
ハイポス尋ねるタバコを進めてみる尋ねる基本は尋ねるなんだけど進めてみるか尋ねたらいやすいませんとか言って言う可能性もあるからな
Even a smoker might
何やねん何や尋ねればいいのか
That's certainly a good place to start.
ベイプか。
Book doesn't smoke. Even if he did, I doubt he would remember.
ベイプかタバコについて話し合いを思い出す。
I don't remember. Yes, I have personally seen some passengers smoking. I just have to
あ
remember
れ
who they
いたかそんなやつ。次の停車駅を待つ。いや、こんな時間はない。これだな。横で吸ってたやついないかな。
Suppose it's likely they will give me the list of who smokes
なん
what.
か吸ってたやついたな、どっかで。
Et voilà.
さあ。警察官。ちょっと待って。ミズロックはラチェ、あ、いたね、こいつね。そういうことか。
That's the right answer.
謎を切り替える。うん。ああ、こういうこと？これはちょっとじゃあ、一旦まだ聞かなきゃだな。違う。人物像になんかタバコ吸うみたいなのないのかな。別にないか、それは。あいつに聞くか、一旦。あれ、いない。車掌がいない、車掌が。車掌なんかタバコ吸ってなかった？
Most of the passengers pass by the bar during the day. They eat, drink, write. Maybe I can use this information for my investigation.
乗客が聞き手を観察するようミスター・フォーシに要請する。
I must admit I'm not right this time.
何回間違うんだよ。
No, I do not think that's the right answer. No, 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 it is. No, no, no,
Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha.
not good. No, fantastic. Yes, it could work.
観察眼の鋭い若者で
Used to
ミス
be
ター・
an
フォーシ。
observant young man and
Mr.
served the
Fawcett.
passengers regularly.
何かを書いて、何かを持ってもらう。まあ、バーだから何かドリンクを持ってもらったりするのがいいんじゃない？
No, no, no.
ダメかい。
Not good. Proceed.
書いてもらうかじゃあ。書いてもらっちゃダメだよ。
If I ask them to write something trivial, they may do it instinctively with their dominant.
自由。で、名前を書いてもらおうか。乗客の手についてブークに話して違うな。
Think, Poirot. That is not a
考
good.
えるわ、間違ってるぞ。これで
Yes. Yes, I will remember which people use their right or left
思い
hand.
出せるのかい？
That was easy. Mademoiselle Debenham, I have a few questions for you.
Of course.
Let's
Simply
start
kick up.
with your movements last night.
There's little to tell. I went to bed and slept.
Did you know the man who was killed?
I saw him for the first time during lunch yesterday.
Did you notice anything about him?
Well, if I believed in auras, I might say he seemed dark.
Would you mind writing your address on this paper for me?
Not at all.
右利きだ。
That's it. Mademoiselle Debenham is right-handed.
さあ、ミズ・オー
Do
ルソン。
you recall what time Mademoiselle Olsen went to get some aspirin from Madame Hubbard?
I remember glancing at the clock. She left our
彼女が部屋
room
出たのは
just
午後
after
10時
10:30
半過ぎか。
Was she away for a long time?
About 5 minutes.
That confirms what Madame Hubbard told me. Do you smoke by any chance?
No, I never have.
Do you own a scarlet
黄色のナイトガウン。
gown?
No,
Jessica?
it isn't mine.
Whose then?
I don't know. What do you mean?
You do not say, I have no such thing. You say,
確かに、私はって
"It
言ったの
isn't
聞いたな。
mine," meaning that you know who it belongs to, am I correct?
Oh, I see. No. I woke up this morning about 5 a.m. with the feeling that the train had been standing still for a long time. I opened the door, and I saw someone in a scarlet kimono some way down the corridor. Her back was turned. It was impossible to see who it was.
誰かわからないのか。なるほど。ありがとう。
Thank you for your assistance, mademoiselle.
さあ、あれ、人の方やんだけど。あ、こういう風に出るわけね、右利きとか。あなた
Mademoiselle,
は
I am sorry to disturb you, but I need to ask you a few questions.
Are you the investigator?
I am.
We are lucky you are on the train.
あなたがこれしてなってよかったら行きたいんですか。
What do you want to know?
お前が左利きかどうか教えろ。
I hear, mademoiselle, that you were the last person to see the murdered man alive.
I do not know. It may be so. I opened the door of his compartment by mistake. I was much ashamed. It was a most
何時頃ですか。
mistake.
You actually saw him?
Yeah, he was reading a book.
And what did you do after that, mademoiselle?
I went in to the American lady, Mrs. Hubbard. I asked her for some aspirin, and she gave it to me. I usually carry extra aspirin for the refugees, but I gave mine to a camp in Turkey. They needed it more than me.
えわかんねえぞ、そんなのは。確認。違う。看護師だろ。72。
No, no, no. Think, Poirot.
スウェーデン人
I must admit,
い
this
や
is
わかんない
wrong.
よ。
But I never think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. I must admit,
Eh?
I'm not right. This is wrong.
Eh?
But I'm never far from the truth.
いや、ヒントだ。トルコでなんとかとか言ってたな。でもトルコで。私より必要な人がいたからって看護師では間違いなさそうだな。看護師じゃないのかな。刑事ではなさそうだ。
I do not think that.
くそ。
No, no,
全部やるのか、これ。
Think, wow. I do not think that's the.
こいつが46なのか。あ、いや、スウェーデン人46。
That's the right answer. Did Mrs. Hubbard ask you whether the communication
山谷さんとラジェット氏の
door
部屋
between
の
her
前にかけ合わせて
compartment
くれる
and
ハバル
that
さん
of
からお願いし
Monsieur
ます。
Ratchet was bolted?
Yes,
And was it?
yes.
And after that, what did you do?
After that, I went back to my compartment, took the aspirin, and lay down. That was around 10:50 p.m.
Is there anyone else in your compartment?
Yeah, a young English lady.
イギリス人の
Very
若い女
nice,
性。
very amiable.
After the train left Vinkovsky, did she leave the compartment?
No, I am sure she did not.
Why are you so sure if you were asleep?
I sleep very lightly. I am used to waking at a sound. I am sure that If she had come down from the berth
もし
above,
彼女が上の段から
I
落ちたら
should
気づいた
have
はずです。
awakened.
Did you yourself leave the compartment after
イギ
that?
リス人
Not
あん
until
た
this
したね。
morning.
Do you have a scarlet silk kimono, mademoiselle?
着物。
No, indeed. I have a good, comfortable dressing gown of Jaeger material.
Do you smoke, mademoiselle?
No, I can't stand the smell of tobacco.
すいませんね、私は吸うもんで
Perhaps
ね
you。will be so amiable as to write me down your address.
With pleasure.
Mademoiselle Olsen is indeed right-handed. This was a very interesting conversation, mademoiselle. I thank you.
If you have any other
うん、
questions,
誰だ
I'd
イギリス
be
人、
in my
20代のイギリス人女性
good
と
luck, Mr.
相部屋って言ってた
Poirot.
な。んミス・デブナムとミス・オールソンが証言したの。人物か爆笑か。ちょっと待って、ミズ・オールソンとミズ・デブナムがどっちかわかんねえな。ちょっと待って。もう一度。ミズ・デブナムとミズ・オールソンが誰だかわかんねえな。ミズ・デブナムはどれだ？これがオールソンね。104。これがミズ・これがオールソン。デブナム。デブナム。104! 違うじゃん。同じ部屋なのに。英語教師。看護師。ちょっと待って。違うよな。オールソン5時55分に就寝した。ミズ・オールソン。ミズ・デブナ5時は廊下で目にした。廊下で目にしたっつったのに、これ寝てたら違うでしょ。そうだね。目が覚めるって言ってたのに。
Strange, this story. If Mademoiselle Olsen is such a light
そうだよ。
why didn't she tell me about Mademoiselle Debenham getting out of bed? She even made a point to tell me the opposite.
何かを隠しているね。
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
ミズ・オールソンが取れたそう。いや、先にちょっといろんな人の意見聞くか。どうせ向こう行くなら。先にこちらで。次は
I'll observe her instead.
右利きで。右利きです。誰ですかこの人。フレア・ニールセンでいいですかこの人。これ、フレア・ニールセンですかこの人。顔がわかりません。
I'll keep an eye on them instead.
まだ左利きを探す。逆に言ったらみんな右利き、こいつも右利きだ。誰もいない？いない。じゃあ、こいつもこいつも右利きね。男2人右利きね。右利きね。いや、顔がわからないんだよ、俺は。ちょっと行ってくるか、104に。 さて。さて、おばさん。ここは誰だ？ちなみに言っとこう、先に。
Captain Arbuthnot, I beg your pardon, but could you answer a few questions for me?
I'm grateful you found my ticket, Poirot, but now is not convenient.
I certainly didn't expect such resistance.
怪しいな。ここまだか。
Pardon this intrusion, Mademoiselle Olsen, but something you told me earlier confuses me.
Oh, please, come in.
おい、嘘つきやがって。
How can you be sure Mademoiselle Debenham was in bed all night?
As I told you, I am a very light sleeper. The slightest noise wakes me up. If Fraulein Debenham had gotten out of her bed, I would have
対決だろ、
called
対
her.
決。
I got up this morning around 8 a.m. She was sleeping soundly.
やはり。
Are you certain you would have
ここで
heard
ね
her?、
音がしたら気づくはずだよ。
Why are you asking?
I spoke to Mademoiselle Debenham and she told me that she got up around 5
自分の
o'clock
奥さんが
in
言っ
the
ている。
morning. She opened the door and looked down the corridor. It was then that she saw a woman in a red kimono. How do you explain that?
I think I must have been sleeping very soundly, not to have
あな
heard
た
it.
浅い、眠りが浅いと。
But
中島みゆきみたいなこと言ってましたよね。
me a suspect.
I am not accusing
浅い眠りでって言ってましたよ
to
ね。
determine what happened last night. Thank you for your testimony.
怪しい。さあ、ここで事情聴取を続ける。
I need to be sure before accusing the captain.
あとはどこにいるんだ？あ、一応レストランの奥に301、302ってのがあるのか。自分の部屋でした。
Monsieur Fauché, may I disturb you for a moment?
この人がファイスさんね。
How can I help?
君が見てろってことね。
It is, of course, about the murder of Monsieur Ratchet. Can you tell me your movements last night?
I understand. Yesterday evening, I took a break at Vinkovsky station with Hotaru. We then went to our quarters in the staff accommodations, a section of the luggage car. Freya was there reading, and I went to bed right after. Freya is there now, I think, and
Freya?
Hotaru is in the kitchen.
宿舎にいる。
They can verify my story.
What time was this?
11:30 p.m. or a bit after. The snow is beginning to fall heavily.
I see. Thank you. Can you write your address on this paper, please?
一
You
応
want
な。
to pay me a visit?
Who knows, Monsieur Fauché? He is right-handed, there can be no doubt. Are you a smoker?
I'm trying to quit, but yes.
やめたいの
I'm
だけ
now
やめま
down
せん。
to just one pack of
週に
cigarettes
一
a
泊に
week.
抑えてま
If
す
you're。looking for a heavy smoker, you should talk to Hotaru.
Thank you, Monsieur Fauché. I'll come back to you if I
よ
have more
し。
questions.
情報が集まってきましたね。ヒゲないか、ヒゲ。
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing.
捜査ですか？
Investigation.
I have not
No,
finished
what was
yet,
it?
but it is
もう
progressing.
大丈夫ですよ。
Yes.
安心してくだ
I
さ
have
い。
many questions that must be answered. I will report to you as soon as I can.
なんか腹痛。なんだこいつは。ちょっと待って、ヒゲを探す。そんなことよりヒゲ。
Ah, Monsieur Maury, would you have a few minutes to give me? I have some questions to ask you.
Do I look like I can answer?
どうしたんだミスターモリ
The
ー。
room is spinning. My head is about to explode.
You were celebrating last night?
Celebrating. When player always wins. Ah, what am I saying? If you want my answers to your questions to make sense, help me recover. You see there, the magnet on the front.
何またなんかや
That
ん
is
の
my special recipe. I call it my day after survival tonic.
すごい日本人英語やな、
If
こ
you
いつだ
give me
け。
my special tonic, I might survive long enough to answer your questions. John knows the recipe
じゃあ
very
レシピの
well.
人彼に協力してもらって
He
くだ
can
さい。
help you with the preparation.
Very well, Monsieur Maury. If I must, I must. I will make you your day after survival tonic.
待って、タトゥーがあるぞ。タトゥーがある。
Little gray cells did
右の腕にタトゥーがあった、今。なんでもいいのこれ。レモンと生姜汁とか出てたな。
It's locked.
うん。何を探すと違う。あ、ミスター・フォーシに観察さんのバーに。バー車両にこう右利き、右利き、右利き。
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
登場人物は全員設定に合った英語の訛りがあるから話はすっと入ってくる。お、なるほど。ハーバード夫人は右利き。
Adequate.
ミシェル右利き。
Fantastic. That was easy.
よし、こう記憶。これだな、トニック。ああ、ミスター・フォーシェに頼むのと、事情聴取続ける。フォーシェに頼むか。ここもないよな、何にも。一応なんかあるの？あ、なんかある。上にして難しい。これなんだこれ。 よし。
I'm missing half of the tonic ingredients.
トニックは半分足りない。炭酸水で生姜か。
I have all the ingredients for Monsieur Maury's tonic. I have to go and see
で、フォーシェにトニッ
Mr.
クにとフォーシェ
Fauchet
か。
so he can prepare it for me.
そして、フォーシェのとこに行きましょう。めちゃくちゃカタカナでバーって書いてる。
Monsieur Fauchet,
Of course, how can I help?
Monsieur Fauchet, I need your help to prepare a cocktail.
What is this phrase? This is music to my ears. What can I fix?
作れ
for
作
you?
れ早く。
Mojito? Gin and tonic?
違う違う。
Or perhaps
二日酔い
a
克
martini?
服トニック
Shaken,
だ。
not stirred?
It's not for me, but for Monsieur Maury.
Ah, his day after survival tonic. Unfortunately, I know it well.
Here is everything that was listed on the magnet.
Excellent. I can take it from here. Mr. Poirot, I'm uncertain about the lemon juice. Is it half a lemon or a full lemon for the recipe?
半分だ。
Half a lemon.
I can't remember if Hotaru prefers it with ginger
ホタル
or
はジンジャー入れるの
without.
が好きだったかな。
Do you remember?
ホタルさんが生姜。ホタルさん、誰ですか？
I can assure you that he will want
二択だ。
ginger.
There you are, sir. Hotaru will be himself again.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
ホタルさんって森ホタルっていう名前なのか？どうやら森ホタルのようだ。走らせてくれ。走りてー、ここ。ほらよ。
Here you go, Mr. Maury. I hope this will help you.
Thank you very much. Please give me a moment while this takes effect. It will be a while, I'm afraid. But I will not move from the kitchen.
Since I have to wait, do you know
ニール
where
セ
I
ンの
can
居場所知って
find
ますか？
Mademoiselle Nielsen?
She is in the staff quarters in the luggage car. If the door is locked, John will have the
またちゃんから鍵もらう。
I will return. I hope you have a speedy recovery.
あ、ここにいた。よかったよかった。近くにいた。鍵くれ。
Monsieur Maury told me that you are the one who has the key to open the luggage car door. I will need it.
Yes, that's right. Here it is.
鍵
Please
貸せい。
don't forget to give it back to me.
鍵を貸せ
I
い。
will not forget, Monsieur Fauchet.
なんか怪しいな。おー、なんだこれ、もう一個あるぞ。こっちはなんだ。ああ、SL のキーホルダーか。
I have a favor to ask. Could you visit the passengers who are in their rooms and explain there has been an error with their allergy and diet form?
But Monsieur Poirot, I made no errors.
Of course not. Call it a computer error.
Yes, it is possible, but even if I can see this is part of your investigation, I do not understand it.
I would ask that you observe which hand each passenger uses.
Ah, you wish to know if they use the right or left hand when they write.
That is my intention.
I will take on this mission for you.
Excellent.
これで鍵を見るとどこで開けるのか考えるようになった。そうだ。さっきはまさかの方法で鍵を開けたからな。
That's it. It's open now.
ん
A deck of cards. I suspect they were reading diamonds and spades instead of books. Empty rum bottles?
Nandaこれ。寝室1。別に関係ないのかな。金のひげ。
Haha! Golden moustache. Hello, Mademoiselle Nielsen. May I ask you a few questions?
I don't have a minute. My career is ruined, and it's not my fault.
But how did this terrible thing
どうしましたかい？
My supplies, passenger luggage, our living space. There's so little room. I gave the cargo handlers in Istanbul strict
また
instructions
か。
how to stack
ま
my
たこの
crates
パズルをや
and
るの
the
か、私
ingredients
は。
I need for my desserts. So as one box is used up, it can be discarded.
And these fools of cargo handlers did not follow your instructions?
Ignored completely.
どうもこんにちは。
I have 4 crates that
毛
must
利
be
小五
moved
郎
from
です。
there to here to correct the order they are stacked. But placing the wrong crate on top of a smaller crate will crush it, its contents, and my career.
Calm yourself, mademoiselle. I understand.
私のパズルの。
The problem is these 4 crates must be moved there, but carefully.
Yes. I have to move these 4 boxes from this location to here. But there is not much space to move the boxes, and
でも箱を動かすのスペースが足りなくて、それと小さな箱の大きな箱を置かないように注意すること。置いたら小さい箱。いや、今2個持ってあげるから、そのうちにグッてやれよ。2個持ってあげるから。ダメでしょ。おい。あー、めんどくせえ。おい。あ、これダメか。これダメだな。こいつ動かせない。こうか。こうの、こうの。あ、動かせない。ちょっと待って、違う。くそったれー。あ、いけたいけた。おい。よし。いけて。
You are a lifesaver.
Or at least a dessert saver.
Thank you, thank you. I will gladly answer your questions.
Can you tell me your movements of last night?
Last night after dinner, I stayed in the kitchen until 12:15
2時
a.m.
15分ま
Then
で
I
キッチン。
joined Jean and Hotaru in our quarters. Then all of us read quietly in our beds until we fell asleep.
A very studious staff. However, Monsieur Maury doesn't seem to have followed the same literary pursuit as the others.
二日酔いだって言ってたし
Rum
な。
bottles,
なんで嘘
do
つい
they
て
have
るんだ
something to do with his hangover?
なんで変に嘘ついてないか、こいつ。みんな寝るまでずっと、これだよな。ここは嘘だよ。
She is lying, but why?
え？ここじゃないか。
The truth cannot hide.
この毛利小五郎は必ず真相にたどり着く。え？違うってこと？
She may be telling the truth, but I cannot be certain. I rather think that you didn't just
え？
read
違ったってこと全
What
部が
makes you say that?
全部違ったってこと今の。
the empty rum bottles.
空っぽな元でラベルは読書したのですが、
Were you reading last night?
My fault. I must have left them there before I put them in the bin. And these are straight from the bar. Our passengers must have drunk them.
I have my
そう
doubts.
ただ本当にどうしてこいつ
Why
嘘つくん
would
だ
she feel the need to lie?
I spoke to Monsieur Maury. He seemed to be quite hungover. He even asked me to make him his day after tonic. He blurted out, Freya always wins. Wins what? Looking around, it is clear you were gambling and drinking most of the night.
You don't understand. It's late when we're off duty, but we need to unwind.
なんで嘘つく
And
んだ
now
っ
there's
け
been a murder? Yes, I admit it. We went overboard last night. But please don't tell Mr. Book. It's against regulations.
だから
We
嘘つい
could
たって
all
こと
be fired.
Mademoiselle, I realize your difficult jobs have been made more difficult. But as you say, there has been a murder. I must
その嘘だっ
have
た
the
のか
truth.
Of course. I'm so sorry.
It's not such a crime. I'll leave it there and check in with Monsieur Fauché.
一応住
Would
所
you
だけ書いて
mind
もらうか
writing your address on this paper? I'm asking everyone on the train for addresses, in case I need to contact them once they leave the train in Paris.
I understand.
うん
Yes, that's it. Mademoiselle Nielsen is right-handed.
Do you smoke?
僕は
No, I never have.
OK
Thank you. Thank you for your answers, Miss Nielsen.
You're welcome.
さあ戻りましょうか森おお治っているじゃないか
How are you?
It's better. Thank you.
Then may I ask you some questions? It will not take long.
Quickly, please. I have hungry passengers to feed.
Très bien. Can you tell me your movements last night?
何をしていたんだよ
Nothing
昨日の
special.
夜は
When I went off duty, I joined John and
麻
Freya
雀ねえわ
on
トランプな
Parliament. I read for a short while, then went to
だっ
bed
て
early.
こいつも嘘ついている
I'm not sure you have recovered enough to tell me the truth. Don't waste what little energy you have recovered to lie, Monsieur Maury.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Poirot. You're right. It obviously wasn't reading that made my head hurt like that. But if you told Monsieur Book, it could mean my job.
I will keep your secret, but I am investigating a murder. You must tell me the truth.
Thank you.
ああ住所書いてもらって
Please write your
こいつ
address.
が左利きだったらどうすんの
My address? I don't see why.
I think I hear Monsieur Book approaching.
My address? Yes, of course.
Another
Mickey.
right-handed person. Not surprising. Most people are.
タバコ
You
吸うよ
are
な
a
確
heavy
か
smoker.
My job. It is very stressful.
Would you happen to know who vapes on the train? A banana flavor?
Oh, yes. The smell disgusts me. What is wrong with the good tobacco?
I do not have time to answer that. Who is it?
I've only seen one person who
Oh?
vapes.
タイだけ
Captain
か
Arbuthnot.
Captain Arbuthnot. I see.
Thank
Your
you ありがと
testimony
う
was invaluable to me. Thank you. Take care.
タイ
Monsieur.
はタバコを
My
吸う
palate
ぞ
depends on your good health.
んお前タトゥーしてるな入れ墨入ってるぞお前
Here is your key. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
About the little
さあどうだっ
favor I
た
asked of you.
左利き
Ah, but of course. I was able to get new allergy forms from guests who were in their compartments. Monsieur McQueen, Monsieur Masterman,
うん部下
Count
ね
and Countess Andreni. They are all
公爵夫人ね
right-handed. I also asked Princess Dragomirov, but she had her assistant, Madame Schmidt, sign for her. She is right-handed as well.
You have exceeded my expectations. Well done. Thank you, Monsieur Fauché. I'll come back to you if I have more questions.
よし、じゃあ。右利きか左利き、これやるのか。あ、5分の6人、6分の5人の。ちょっと。わかんねえかまだ。とりあえずこのアーバスノットタイだな。タイなかなか出てきてくんなかったから。
Monsieur Fauché, may I disturb?
Of course.
So, Monsieur Fauché, are you trying to hide things from me? I know about your little party last night.
You are not a detective for nothing. I'm sorry, Monsieur Poirot.
Thank you, Monsieur Fauché.
さてと、じゃあ、タイのとこ行ってきますか、ベイプズイの。ベイプ、どうだっけ、タイ。この辺じゃなかった？違う？タイって二等車だって、これ自分の部屋。元タイだから別にそうなのか。
Captain Arbuthnot, I know that you are the only person on this train to smoke e-cigarettes. We found a vial of e-liquid at the crime scene. Will you talk to me about this, or should I pass on what I've learned to the police?
All right. Come in if
よ
you
し。
must.
これ以上調査できる。入らしてもらうぞ。
I have just a few questions for you.
Very well. Let's hear them.
The young English lady, Mademoiselle
Oh,
Debenham, was at the Tocatlian Hotel. Perhaps you met her there?
We exchanged a few words. Fellow Brits abroad, that sort of thing.
お前の部屋に来たよな、デブナムは。
What can you tell me about Mademoiselle Debenham?
ピアスが落ちていたね、ピアス、イヤリングが。
We barely spoke.
The director of the Orient Express, Monsieur Bouc, thinks the assassin is a woman.
And that is enough to accuse her? She had nothing to do with this murder.
How can you be so certain?
The idea is absurd. Ratchet was a perfect stranger to her. She'd never seen him before.
Ah, did she tell you so?
Well, yes, maybe she did. She may have commented once upon his somewhat unpleasant appearance. If a woman is concerned, as you seem to think, to my mind, without any evidence, I can assure you that Miss Debenham could not...
守るね、守るね。
It is clear that the captain is defending Miss Debenham, a woman he supposedly doesn't know very well.
さあ、昨日のこ
What
と
were。you doing last night around 1:15?
時計が壊れた時間ね。
I believe I was still talking to that young American fellow, Mr. McQueen, the secretary of the man who was killed. We were in his compartment.
He was a friend or acquaintance of yours?
No, I never saw him before this journey. We'd hit it off at dinner, and the conversation continued into the early hours.
Until what time was that?
Until 1:45 or so. Then I retired to my room and went to
そんな
sleep.
知らない人と30分も話すか
There
ら。
is nothing you can recall last night that in any way struck you as suspicious?
It's nothing. A mere detail.
何が気になって聞かせろ。
Well, before returning to my room, I went to the lounge car to get a glass of water. When I was passing through the first class corridor, I noticed that the door, which is just after your room, 201, was not quite closed, and the person who was inside peered out in a furtive sort of way. Then he closed the door quickly. I know there's nothing in that,
201か
but it was the furtive way it was done that caught my attention. Struck me as a bit odd.
I understand. Thank you for letting me know.
ありがとう。さあ、住所を書け、お前は。お前が左利きだったら即逮捕だ。
If you insist.
右か。
This man is right-handed.
さあ、ベイプのリキッド、ここが本題だ。
Is this e-cigarette liquid yours?
What flavor is it?
Banana.
Well, that is awkward. That's my flavor of choice. But I have no idea what it was doing there, whatever.
Can you explain how it ended?
犯行現場にあったんですよ。
I never entered the man's room, Poirot. That's the truth.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome.
さあ、もう終わったぞ。さあ、アリバイが新しいマインドマップ、アリバイ。だから、ミズ・ニールセンは誰とトランプしていた？フォーシェとトランプ。デブナムが七番中眠っていた証言したのはオールソン。ミスター・マックイーンはタイと話していた。ミスター・ミシェルが言ったのはこのおばさんがうるさいと言っていた。誰かがいると言っていた。ここ終わった。これか。嫌いよって言ってたもん。これタバコ吸うでしょ、この人。
Well done.
なんか、電車が止まった時にとか言ってたな。そのタバコは、ラジェットが吸わないから吸わないって言ってた。違う。お前は吸うのか。
Are you a smoker? Adequate.
この人は吸わない。
This is wrong.
お前も吸うのか。
Brilliant. That's the right answer.
上手で明らかな2つの重要な事柄を選ぼう。バスの対重要な2つの重要。アーバスタイにはアリバイがある。アーバスタイは犯行時刻のアリバイがある。ベイプの生き留めはアーバスタイはアリバイがあるからどうなるんだということだな。アーバスタイは告発することはできない。仮にはアリバイがある。
Captain Arbuthnot is the only passenger to smoke an e-cigarette.
私にかかればこんなものは簡単なことだ。
Clue, he has an alibi. I cannot accuse him without any other proof. Et voilà.
さあ、これで一旦あいつにブークに分かったよと言えばいいのか。ここなんやねん。バーってカタカナで書いてある。バーン。公爵夫人たちどこにいる？さあ、ブークブークと。
So, Poirot.
よし。
There is no trace of the murder weapon.
凶器が見つかっていない。そうなんだよな。犯人が隠してないかもしれない。
Anywhere.
It must be somewhere.
Indeed, as you say, it must be somewhere. According to Dr. Constantine's report, the stab wounds were made by at least one right-handed and one
left-handed person and with different strength. For the moment,
全員右利きなんだよな。
is right-handed. It is impossible to draw any conclusions as yet. However, I still have a few people.
公爵夫人だ。そいつが左利きなら公爵夫人が犯人だ。
Many avenues to explore?
Indeed, the case is far from over, mon ami. I identified the person responsible for the bottle of liquid for the vape
はい、だっ
found
た
at the
よ。
crime scene.
So, this is our culprit?
しかしアリバイがある。
No, unfortunately, this bottle belongs to Captain Arbuthnot, but he has an alibi, confirmed by Monsieur McQueen for the time of the murder.
Monsieur Bouc, Monsieur Poirot.
Michel.
どうし
Calm
た？
down. But it's Mrs. Hubbard. She says she found the murder weapon in her room. She's very upset.
Let's go, Poirot.
なんだと？ハバード夫人はハバード夫人見ればいい。何丸なんか見れば。204。さあ、凶器が見つかりました、皆さん。さあ、こいつは鍵をね、開けてったという噂だな。
Trapped in a snowdrift.
Stating the obvious, there is a murderer among us. He had the audacity to hide his weapon in my room.
Please, Madame Hubbard, take a deep breath and tell us what occurred.
さあ、凶器について。
Where did you find the knife?
I wanted to get a handkerchief from my purse, and when I opened it, I saw it. A bloody knife. Am I next to be murdered?
I very much doubt it.
犯人が次の犠牲者に凶器をプレゼントするとは思えませ
What do you
ん。
mean?
Madame, he would have used.
プレゼントしたら凶器を使いませんからね。
Did you touch the knife?
Of course not. What a question.
I will take that as a no.
うん。
Is this
ありました
a
ね。
real murder weapon or is it a red herring?
Mrs. Hubbard is distraught, Poirot. I should stay with her. Please go on without me.
I have every right to be distraught. Thank you, Mr. Book.
俺はどうしたらいいんだ？じゃあ。さあ次マインドマップを見てみよう。コンスタンティン氏は、そうだ。あの女の部屋だ。この辺の部屋にいたはずだが。すいません。
Dr. Constantine, we may have found our murder weapon. We need to make certain.
There is a pretty quick way to be sure.
傷の深さを
I
計
have
測しました。
estimated the depth of the wounds. You can easily find the depth of each wound by comparing the width.
Cool.
There are 5 of them that I am not sure about. Test them, and then we will compare our results.
I will do as you say, Doctor.
頼む。え？それぞれの傷口についてナイフの形状と一致する深さを調べ犯行に使う。傷口の大きさとナイフの幅をもう一番傷でかいからこの根元までいってるよな。幅順どういうことだ？どういうこと？それぞれの傷口について あ、これマックスでしょ、でかいから。
I do not think that's
え
the right answer.
どういうことこれ。なんだこれ、これどういうことだ。深さをちょっと。傷口の大きさとナイフの刃の幅を比較する。マックスまで血ついてるじゃん、ここまで。ここか、この辺。
I must admit I'm not right this time.
どういうこと。なんか他のことできないの。ヒント見よう、ヒント見よう、これ。最も大きい傷は幅9センチだ。なんだそれは。ちょっと小さいな。
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
こんなのわからんくね。
That's the right answer.
どうやってわ
What
か
do
ん
you
のこれ。
think, Doctor? Is this knife?
本当にこのナイフが凶器でしょうか。
There can be no doubt. You found the same depths as the estimates I made during the preliminary autopsy. I can assure you that you hold in your hands the weapon that took Ratchet's life.
ラチェットさんの命をって言いました。今
Thank you. I feel way better now.
The rest gave you time to sleep off most of the effects of the drug.
I'm still a bit groggy.
That's understandable.
Are you able to continue your story now?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
小屋まで聞いたよ、小屋
Where
まで
was I?。
あんたの
You
話、
were
小屋まで。
explaining how you returned to the Armstrong house to tell them their poor little child was dead.
Yes, that's it. I felt helpless. My part in the case was officially over, but I knew I couldn't let it go. Daisy deserved justice.
ふぅ。
2 days later, I returned to the
2
Armstrong
日後。
house to tell them Daisy would be released
で、
soon for burial.
まあ、
I
それ
was
何
angry with
まあ
myself
それ
that I couldn't bring them better news. I wasn't prepared for more tragedy.
また
Hello, Miss Morrow. I'm here to see Colonel Armstrong.
Good morning, Detective. Colonel Armstrong is upstairs. He
なぜだ、大佐。
isn't well.
なぜ大佐上にいる。寝てんのか。大佐の部屋どこだ。ここかな。大佐の部屋どこだい。これかい。ここ大佐の部屋どこ。ここはデイジーの部屋じゃないのか。
Good morning, Colonel
大佐いたわ。
Armstrong. Is your wife here?
Here? No, Sonia is not
どこ
here.
行ったんだ。
Always one step behind. She died of a miscarriage last night. My wife,
なに
Daisy,
なになに
our baby,
違う家族。
my whole family is gone.
I'm so sorry. I came straight here this morning. I received word that you can arrange for Daisy to be returned to you for burial. I didn't know.
Well, then, now you don't have to come back.
今、
I can
奥さん
arrange
死ん
for
だみたいな
Daisy,
言ってなかっ
my wife, and our unborn child to be
た。
buried
3 人
all
を
at
か。
once.
だからその
Very efficient.
奥さんも子供も
Being
か
a。military man, I can appreciate efficiency.
I know how hard this must be for you.
No, you don't know. I don't want your sympathy. I want you to do your bloody job and catch the creature that did this.
I know you won't believe me, but I swear to you, I will find who did this. If it takes me to the four corners of the
奥さん
earth,
も。
I will find them.
Then go.
中の子も。
Please go now. Go find them.
The house that once held the laughter of a child now feels so empty.
かつて子供の声が消
I'm
えた
not
わ。
giving up. I'm a part of this case. Or the case.
車へ
is a
戻
part
る
of
と言
me.
った。
All units, hikers in the vicinity of the cabin where Daisy Armstrong was found spotted a pickup truck drive through the barricade tape and then head up the dirt road toward where the subject cabin is located. Any car nearby who can respond?
Unit 28, we can respond, but we're a ways away.
Dispatch, this is 11.
近いよ、私が。
Copy that. 11, you're good to go.
Copy that.
なんだ
Okay, there's the pickup. Let's see who ignored our barricade tape. 11 here. I'm at the cabin. Someone has broken in.
おい、誰かいるぞ。
Are you requesting backup?
Not yet. I'm going to take a look around.
Copy that, 11.
お前銃持ってけって。
An individual has entered a police secured area. I have to stop him first. Footprints. A forensics evidence identification marker. Duct tape to silence Daisy's screams. Damn it, Daisy. I will find forensics evidence. He's not here. $3,892. Oh, when the poor deer was killed.
Oh, that's cutie.
That's where I found Fluffy. Daisy's special toy. I hope we returned him to the family. Forensics had to go through this place with a fine-tooth comb.
何か落ちてるとかないのかな。ヒゲだ。
I've earned a gold mustache.
え、またこれ違うところなの？全然ヒゲ見つけれてねえじゃん。
Somebody ignored the barricade tape.
Hmm. いなくね？誰もいねえぞ。え？いなかったよね、誰もね。いなかったとか何にも調べるとこないよ。もうない。何どこ？あ、違う、こっちじゃない。マインドマップ見るか。見つけないと。え？いないんだが、こっちの方か。いけない。なんだなんだ。こっちは。こっち行けるぞ、なんか。どこまで行ける？ここまで行ける。運転席、いや、今見たんや、なんか。
An individual has entered a police secured area. I have to stop him first.
自分のってこと？自分の車の？ないの？なんかある。ヒゲだ。
Not really my style, but I'll take it.
は？ いや、わかんないな。この辺まではいけるな。ここまでいけるのなんか意味あんのかな。もう意味ない。くっそ、わかんねえ、マジで。なんだよ、これ。5分の 2？ 何？あ、ヒゲがね。あとガクガクガクってなるもん嫌だし、気持ち悪い。あ、足跡だっつってたから、足跡追うとかそういうことなのかな。ないよ、足跡なんか。外に出てたのかな。あ、こっちに行ってたの。あ、はい、消えた。
Footprints.
これ外に向かってるよね、この足跡。あらららら。足跡あんじゃん。ここにある足跡。で、消えた。どっかに足跡ある。ああ、足跡あるじゃん、これ。これ足跡これ。あらあらあらあら。あ、いや、こっちか。こっちだったようですね。誰だ？
Don't shoot, officer. I'm on your side.
Sir, keep your
な
hands
ん
where
だ
I
この
can
リ
see
ン
them.
ゴスターみたいなやつ。
No problem.
なんだこ
Sir,
の
this is a crime scene.
リンゴスターか今の真田広之みたいな。
Boston 6 News. You can
Boston
get us on
6?
cable even here in the mountains.
They haven't heard of crime scene tape?
真田広之じゃないの
All
か？
right, that wasn't my best move. I got all excited. I didn't expect to find the place deserted. It was hard to resist.
You should have tried harder. I'm placing you under arrest.
You should be thanking me. Look what you apparently missed and I found.
We'll get to that, but you're going to answer some questions first.
I'm more used to asking questions, but fire away.
何
Who
者？
are you exactly?
I'm Michael Clark, journalist for Boston 6 News. Off camera, but someday I'm going to be anchor. You just wait.
Do you have a way to prove that?
My press card's in my truck.
What are you doing here?
何をしている？
You should know a crime scene is off limits.
I'm investigating the Daisy Armstrong kidnapping like you.
Does the
お前の
pickup left in front
車
of the
か？
cabin belong to you?
Yes, in
免許は
it's
持
mine.
っているんだろうな。
I'll check.
免
Show
許
me
持
your
ってるん
hands.
だ
I'm
な。
gonna cuff you.
I'm sure we can work out a deal.
Put your hands in front of you.
Aren't you going to read me my rights?
You have the right to remain silent.
Okay, now.
I really wish you'd exercise
あそ
that
こ
right.
調べてえけどな。
Dispatch, this is 11. I intercepted a suspicious individual at the crime scene. I'll check to determine how badly he's compromised it. Then I'm bringing him in.
Copy that, Detective Locke.
あそこ見たいけどな。うん。あったな、38。
Yes! I knew I could do it. I can always use safe cracking as a career move.
回転。 さあ、開け。中からの視点もあんの。
There. Now let's see what secrets you're hiding.
なんだここは。
What the hell is that gas can doing here? The cap's been damaged.
ガソリンが漏れ
And
てい
some
る。
gasoline has leaked out.
Shit. 真ん中のやつがこう通って、こう通って、あ、見失った、もう見失った。もう見失った。最悪、先にこっち見るか。あの爆弾の
This blueprint.
設計図。なるほど、ここで爆
Looks
弾
like the bomb in the cabin. The kidnapper built the bomb here. This bunker looks like it's as old as the cabin. Everything is falling apart. Now what? I have to turn the power back on to open this magnetic
いや、
door.
電源オン戻してか。
No, doesn't work.
だから全部電気が来なきゃダメってことだね。ちょっと待って、ここトイレ行くわ。ちょっとトイレに行ってきますよ。つれー。 ここは疲れそうだ。目パワーが必要な。これは難しいぞ。これさ、こっち側からやるってこと？電源って。壁裏行ってる。壁裏行ってる。まあ一応これ見るか。この電源は、一番右ね。一番右は、壁裏行って一番下。壁裏の一番下を通っていると。一番下、一番下、一番下。一番下はここを通って、一番下通って、一番下通って、一番下通って、一番下通って、ここ通って、ここ一番下通って。何ここ一番下通って、こっから一番下から、今これ一番下、右から一番下に来てるよ。で、ぐるっと回って、一番右。で、こっからは右、右、右、右、右、右。こっち側から見ると一番左。よし。で、次じゃあもうこれ真ん中行こう。真ん中は、この真ん中通って一番左で壁裏。こっちから見ると右、一番右。右を通って、そのまままっすぐ一番右。左ね、ここが書いてる左を通って、左を通って、左を通って、これか。ここ一番左。で、あと1個は、もう何でもいいから、この辺とこの辺にしよう。そっか、ダメか。ちゃんとやらんとダメか。一番左は、ここの真ん中を通る。ここの真ん中を通って、ここも真ん中真ん中から、こっち行って、こっち行って、一番右。こう見て、左。一番左だ。全部左じゃねえか。よし。ふう。ほい。何これ。ちょっと待って。こんな音がうるせえな。
February 24th, the day of the kidnapping. They knew about the party and everything.
なんかヒントないかな、この辺に。ヒゲだ。
Shiny facial hair. The good news is that it's gold.
あれどうやってやるんだろう。あれなんか、あれでやんのかな。なんかさ、0224なんでこの日ってこと？この日が0224ってこと？これどうするの？ あ、ちょ。0。は、1って、あ、そういうことか、そうか、右に左にか、これ。こういうこと？いや、でも2、0から始めらんないんだけど、これ。0から始めらんないわ。あ、できるわ、0に。いけるいける。
No, that didn't work.
0225にしちゃった俺。もう一回やってみよう。あ、逆回転かもしんないこれ。じゃあでも3じゃないってもう。くっそ、なんだこれ。0、6、5、4、3、2、4。これで4ね。
That isn't the right combination.
ヒント見よう。この雑音するのだけど台が回る音に集中できるのか。雑音切れるのか。
Could use a new light bulb.
電球を変えてもいいかもねっつってんな。どっかが取ってくんかな。あ、これもう切っていいのか。切っていいってことか。
No, that didn't work.
違う。もう一回。5だなこれ。こうやって。こういうことか。
Yes, I knew I could do it.
オーケー。電気を切ればよかったんだ。
It's Daisy's hair clip.
デイジーのヘアクリッ
The
プ。
picture I saw at the Armstrong house. An expensive-looking pen with the
JM.
initials JM. What's its story?
と金か。なんだこれ。毛だ。
That looks like a hair caught in the band around the money. Forensics will tell me for sure, but that doesn't look like Daisy's color. These get locked up again until forensics get here.
監視局の鍵を落とす。よしよしよしよしよしよしよしよし。
I'll secure the bunker for forensics. Progress at last.
よし。ああ、なんとかなった。なんとかなりましたね。いや、危ない危ない。毛利小五郎だという JM。
I don't need to talk to the suspect right now. I don't need to talk to the suspect right now.
私はじゃあ何をすれば。この記者は隠されたシェルターを偶然記者することらしい。ああ、あいつの車か。こいつの車。
The glove compartment is closed.
奥さんたちが帰ってきた。電話してる。その日の様子じゃないか。電話をしているぞ。こいつも電話し始め、パソコン何かやっている。なんか電話した時間あったよな。なんか
Candid photos of the entire Armstrong family.
あ、いるね。
Porter just doing his job.
デイジーいるぞ、あそこに。ボストン、マーク・クラーク。
Clark's press card, and the phone number of the newspaper is on it.
新聞社で
Good, I can give him a call.
OK。
Telephoto lens. Not so surprising for a journalist. The glove compartment is closed.
あ、裏見ればわかるな。16176134何 ?6134 8 8これ7か。7に特殊な7の書き方してるわ。よし。もしもし、どうも。
That's it. No rookie mistake there.
もしもし、毛利小五郎というものですが。そうです。探偵ですよ。
Hi, I'm Detective Joanna Locke, Berkshire Police. I'd like to speak to an editor, please.
One moment, please. Hello, Detective Locke? This is Abby Wilson. I'm a senior editor. What can I do for you?
Does a man named Michael Clark work for you?
Yes, he does. Why?
When was the last time you heard from him?
Oh, it's been at least 7 or 8 months. That's
8
not
ヶ月以上
unusual.
前。
He works in the field?
Yes, Michael Clark is what we call a stringer. He works as a freelancer, comes up with a story we can
彼は記事を提案し採用
use,
され
and
て
we
た
don't hear from him again for several months.
フリーのライターか。
What kind of stories does Mr. Clark write?
Mr. Clark is an investigative reporter, mostly crime stories, to tell you the truth. He comes up with some pretty macabre stuff some of the time. Is there a problem? Or a story?
Do you remember what the last case he investigated was?
It was a murder case. The victim was a millionaire named James Miller. He was called the Frozen Fish King of Gloucester, Massachusetts. His body turned up in one of his nets. Or, rather, most of it did.
Ah, well, thank you, Ms. Wilson. You've been a great help to me.
Pleasure. I hope he's not in trouble. He can be a little pushy, but he's a good guy overall. So what's
こいつが
Detective? Are you sitting on a story?
Thanks again.
こいつがさ、事件の記者というのは分かったんだが、なぜまだ事件が起こる前に調査をしていたんだ？つまり、事件が起きるのを知っていただと。こいつ
I don't need to talk to the suspect right now.
ガソリン、お
The gas can I found in the bunker would match this outline perfectly.
何？こいつがガソリン？
I don't need to talk to the suspect right now.
なんだ、あと2つどっか探せるらしい。あ、だから鍵か。鍵落ちてねえかな、どっかに。シェルターも終わりだから。 ここに鍵が。ってことはこっちに鍵が。ほら鍵だ。
Car keys in the sun visor. A classic hiding place. At least on TV.
そういうことか。何を持っている？
Clerk's driver's license
ああ、
seems to
運
be
転
in
免許
order.
証か。シカゴミュージアム。なんだこれ。
The vehicle registration is not in the name of Michael Clark or a rental company.
車両の名義誰だ？誰になってる車両の名義。どこだ？車両の名義ってどこに書いてある？どれが車両の名義？オーナーズネーム&アドレス。ベーカー・ステファン。ベーカー・ステファンって誰だ？
Okay, time for forensics to attack that bunker. And Clark? He's too sure of himself. I need to get him into an interrogation room and find out what really makes him tick.
ベーカー・ステファン。
I know my
JM
rights.
じゃないな。
You can't keep somebody locked up in a car like this, you know. You wouldn't do it if I was a dog. Do they have bathrooms at the station?
よしよしよしよし。
I have the right to make a phone call, Detective whatever your name is.
刑事
That
何がしたい？
phone is an outside line.
Hello, boss. It's Michael Clark. I'm still on the Armstrong kidnap, but there's a small problem. I got caught being someplace I shouldn't be. I'm at the police station. No, I'm not under arrest. Just questioning. Fire me. Why? The station's integrity? You're kidding me, right? If you think I've screwed up that badly, then fire me. Got that? Fire me. Yes, do it.
That didn't go well.
I think I got my point across. What happens now?
Go ahead. Then we'll have a chat.
お前にまずは尋問しなければならないんだ。さて。
Now that we've taken your DNA, we can begin. Interview of suspect Michael Clark, 6 p.m., March 30th, 2019. This interview is being recorded.
By elves behind the mirror, no doubt?
You were arrested at a crime scene where
犯
you
罪現場で
damaged
警
police
察の
barricades.
気分させた。
I'll pay for a new role.
That's a Class A misdemeanor, and it carries a $500 fine.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
To begin with, where were you on the night Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped?
I was watching TV in my motel room, but I had my police scanner on. I heard the first reports that the little girl was missing. No way the police at the scene were gonna let me get close. I set my alarm so I could get on the story first thing in the morning, and tried to sleep. It was difficult.
Can anybody confirm where you were?
No, afraid not. I was alone,
嘘だな。
sleepless.
お前写真を撮ってい
Sad
る。
combination.
あの日
And
の
I
な。
realized a bad alibi.
マーク・クラークを取り出す？そうだ。
You say you're a journalist, a stringer for Channel 6 News in Boston.
I sell my stuff to lots of media outlets.
最も関連性の高いのは
Your camera was in your pickup. You didn't want to take pictures of the crime scene?
I like to get the lay of the land. Once I see the story I want to tell, then I start documenting it.
I don't know any journalist who works a case without their
確かに
camera
聞いたことはない。
hand.
お前は嘘をつ
He
い
thinks
てい
he's
る。
invincible. I need to play his ego.
プライドを刺
That's
激
the
するのが
key.
鍵ね。
What are you doing in the Berkshires? And what is your connection to the Armstrong case?
For the past few months, I've been working on a big case. Boston 6 News was looking forward to my next story. The Armstrongs have been on my list of potential targets for a long
殺人事件
time. I
ね。
changed gears when Daisy was kidnapped and started investigating the Armstrongs.
うん。これは別に アームストロングがずっと書いていない人。ここで
So you just stumbled on a major kidnapping story during your stay in the Berkshires.
Yeah, I was researching PCBs in the river for crying out loud.
そうつけない。
And wow, the Armstrongs. That's not a Science Sunday report. That's a lead. Sometimes you just get lucky.
お前は最初からこの事件を追ってい
Your
た。
camera in the pickup. There were photos of Daisy from before she was kidnapped.
The Armstrongs are a famous family like the Kennedys or Hollywood couples. Gossip sites love them. People want to see how they live. I started out just stealing candid shots.
いや違う。
Paparazzi
あの日の
live
話
on
だ。
getting that one exclusive shot. Steamy, intimate, whatever. Then when the kidnapping happened, I realized I was here first. What an opportunity. And I jumped at it.
You have an answer for everything.
You're not very good at this, are you? How long have you been on the job?
Long enough to put you away for life. If you killed that little girl.
まだ。次は、これか。あ、違う違う違う。
Let's start with why you went to the cabin.
If the police were interested in it, I was interested in it.
最も関連性、一応4区だったから。
That pickup of yours. That's a very nice ride. Especially for a stringer who only gets a few stories on the air. How can you afford
あ、そう
it?
か、そうか。
When Boston 6 does use a story, they pay
名
okay.
義が違うっていう
That
ね。
truck is top of the range. How much did it set you back? $55,000, $60,000?
When I have to, I do what everybody else does. I take out a loan. How about you, detective? You got a loan on your car?
He's enjoying himself. I need to throw him
なん
off
とか体
balance
勢を崩さない
somehow.
と。
Surprise him into making
驚かせてミスをさせよう。
Explain
驚か
to
せ
me again how you got to the crime scene.
I listened in on the police radio frequency. Anybody can do it with a scanner. I headed for the crime scene in
相棒
my
の
trusty
マイトラッ
pickup,
クで現場
like
に
I've
向かい
done
ま
for
した。
years. After the forensic team left, I needed to see the crime scene for myself. I got to the bunker just before you arrived.
うん。お前のトラックじゃない。
You said you've been driving that pickup for years?
You heard right. Thanks to it, I never miss a story.
車の証明書。
You say you've been using your pickup for years, but the title certificate is not in your name. The truck belongs to somebody named Stephen Baker.
ステフィン、ステフィンじ
I
ゃな
don't
くて
get why the pickup is
Stefan.
so important to you, but I guess my ego made me say that. Yeah, the pickup was lent to me by a friend. I couldn't afford it even with a loan.
I think you stole it, Mr. Clark. You needed a pickup like that for our mountain roads, so you stole that one.
Try proving it. But while you run off on some wild goose chase, you can't hold me.
さあ、では次、これ。
Let's move on to the gas cans and what we found in your pockets when you were brought in here today.
That sounds exciting.
シェルターの放火なんかしないの？シェ
How
ルタ
did you know there was a bunker at the end of the property?
How did your forensic team miss it?
They were concentrated on the cabin. It was pitch black out there.
Small town cops with small town minds. I'm sorry, that was unkind. You know, I'm a bit like you.
俺もあんたとやる
My
ように
job
し
is
て
to find something the news
そう
program's viewers want to see. You do it for
こいつ
justice.
も仲間ってこ
I
と
do
か
it for money. I just have more flair than you.
I know you're lying, Mr. Clark. I followed your footprints from the cabin, and they led directly to the bunker. It was very well hidden. You had to know it was there.
Think whatever you want, detective.
I know that Clark is lying.
全場
I
面を再
need
現
to
しなくて。ああ、
reconstruct
ここ
the
で
whole
時
sequence
系
of
列。
events in order to understand what happened.
さあ、時系列整理。来た来た来た。待てよ。小屋に到着。これは禁止テープは小屋の後だよな。こう。こう。違う。到着して開けた。予期せず私がやってきた。閉めた。あ、私はか、これ。私は到着したか。ああ、なるほどね。もっと前だな。 クラークはシェルターを開けた。クラークはトラックからガソリンを持ち出す。シェルターを開ける。投げ入れる。私が来た。禁止テープを違うな。ここか。まず、テープを破る。テープを破る。逆か？そうか。ガソリンを持ってなきゃダメか。先に。禁止テープはドアのとこにあったから、禁止テープ破ってそのまま車の方行かずに行ってたから、こうで到着。投げ入れて予期せ。
No,
違
I
う。
did something wrong.
シェルターにガソリン投げ入れたとここは合ってるはずだから。これが逆なのか。こうか。よ
Hey, I'm a
し。
pretty good detective after all. I'll tell you what really happened. You waited until forensics left and arrived in your probably stolen pickup. You grabbed a can of gasoline from your truck. You then went into the
あ、
cabin
禁止テープは
to
もっと
check
前
if
か。
Daisy had been
ドア
found.
じゃなくて。
You then went straight to the bunker to see if it had been discovered, planning to set it on fire and destroy all the evidence inside. Before you could start the fire, you heard me arrive. So you hastily left your gas can and closed the hatch. You didn't think I could open the bunker. If I hadn't found you,
よし。
I expect
小
you
屋を
would
も、
have
あそ
burned
こも
down
燃
the
やして
cabin
いたのか。
I'm not gonna make fun of you, Detective, or how you handled my interrogation. You're obviously very new at this. I swear I'm telling the truth. I didn't know the bunker was there until the moment you showed up. I seem to have trumped your entire police force.
When I get the DNA results from the bunker, we'll continue this conversation.
You have no concrete evidence against me whatsoever.
The lab results will be in soon. You won't get away with this. See that call? That's your arrest warrant and a one-way ticket to prison. I'll be right back. Hello, sir. I think I found the man who kidnapped Daisy Armstrong. I'm interrogating him now.
Hold on, Detective Locke. I have some bad news. Someone set fire to the cabin in the bunker. The fire department is on the scene, but they say it's too late.
That's impossible. My suspect has been in the interrogation room with me all evening.
We can't hold him. Suzanne Moreau. Her fingerprints are on the wine bottle found in the cabin. We also found an unknown person's fingerprints, but they don't match your suspects.
Sir, with all due respect, I'm convinced Michael...
スザンヌ・モローが
Detective, I'm
ワイン
cutting
ボ
you some slack
ボトルの
already.
指紋があ
We
る。
cannot hold your suspect simply because you're convinced he's guilty.
へ
We have evidence that
ゴムについた髪の毛も違う。
There's no irregularity. I order you to release the reporter and arrest this Moreau.
Let me just check my
え、
last...
ノアギ
The DNA analysis of the hair found in the bunker safe. The results just came in.
I know how hard this is. Okay.
ノアって
Get the DNA results. Detective Locke.
ノアって彼氏じゃないの
I will give you 1 hour maximum. Then you close the file and arrest Suzanne Moreau.
Thank you, sir.
えノアなんとかって彼氏でしょ？それが何？こいつ？違う、ちょっと待って。今のとこもう一回確認したい。なんか話が早かった。なんて話もう一回聞けないのかな？
Who did you call earlier?
An editor from the Boston 6 News.
An editor you repeatedly said should fire you. That was your accomplice.
確かに燃やせって言ってた。
You were telling him to start the fire.
An accomplice?
I know it was Noah you called.
I'm saying nothing more without the presence of my lawyer.
Stay right where you are. I'm not done with you yet.
そうか、燃やせって言
Do
っ
I
てた
hear
な。
grounds for a lawsuit?
Some poor innocent woman is being accused instead of you. You set her up, didn't you?
You have to let me go, Detective.
All I need is one more phone call to the lab. I know it's you, and I'm going to prove it. Hello, this is Joanna Locke. I need the results of the DNA test I asked you for.
Hi, Detective. Sorry, we only have the DNA sequence. We haven't had time to compare it with the suspects yet. It'll take 7 more hours. I'm sorry, but you are not the only one on the waiting list.
Send your analysis to my computer in the office. I'll do the comparison myself.
I need authorization.
I have a murderer who is going to walk free unless I get those results now.
Fine, we'll send it to you right away, but I'll have to log this.
自分でやるってまた謎解きすんの
It's
か
my last chance.
また謎解きをするのか
There's a computer in the office next to the interrogation room. I can check the results of the DNA test there.
これで見つかなこれ何をすんのそういうことこれで見つかった謎の DNA 証拠ファイル152番犯行現場に見つかった謎の髪の毛TTC、ATA、TTC。置けない。TTC が、TTC、ATA が置けないんだけど、これどういうことこれあ、これで見つかった謎の DNA か。ATC、GGA ってのがあるはず。ATC、GGC。これか。ここだ。はい。で、何これどういうことこれここで置いたんだけど。あ、じゃあ合ってねえじゃん。違う。何これスザンヌ・モローがありそうだな。ほら、あった。髪の毛、スザンヌの髪の毛なんだ。
I don't understand. I was sure it would be Clark's hair. I'll have to let him go.
釈放するのここにヒゲないヒゲ。ここにヒゲ。
I'll add these to the file. Anything that will erase Clark's smile. The only comfortable chair in the whole station. But there's no time to rest. Case files. A lot of them for our tiny town. This is all a game to him, and he doesn't expect to lose. You can leave.
Sorry it didn't work out for you, Detective. Maybe you should consider a career change.
釈放しなきゃいけないのか。
Oh, but we are, my dear. We are done.
I had no choice but to return to the Armstrong house to arrest Suzanne Moreau.
ああ、それでここね、今。それでここへ戻ったと。
The arrest warrant for Suzanne Moreau. Suzanne was set up by Clark and Noah. They are the kidnappers, but I'm not giving up. When Suzanne comes up for trial, I will fight for her defense. But for now, the district attorney is in charge. If I want to stay a detective, he always has the last word.
残念です、残念。私は逮捕権がないが、めぐれ警部に引き渡すしかありません。
The door is wide open. How strange. Hey, is anyone there? Miss Moreau? Miss Moreau? This is Detective Locke. Miss Moreau, can you hear me? It's me, Detective Locke. You must get up now. Miss Moreau?
ちょっと待って、大量の
Miss Moreau, can
大
you
量
hear
の
me?
民剤が
Suzanne Moreau is dead. There are no traces of blows or injuries on her body. She doesn't seem to have defended herself from anyone.
大量のほらバルビタール何
It appears Suzanne killed herself by ingesting all these
自
drugs.
殺をするなよ。靴履いてるじゃないのよ。悲しいな、この。
Suzanne's diary is missing.
気が消えている。私がデイジーを殺した。彼女を生きたまま返し誰かにされるのが怖く私がしたことに耐えていく。口系だろ。子供の死の責任取るべきだ。どんな顔して生きちゃうかしら。こいつが死ぬし。
She must have realized at last how she'd been used, and the self-righteous court of social media was as quick as usual to try and convict her.
親愛なる水物、この手紙で殺してください。ドクター・アダムスはこの数時間後の連絡を取れないです。ボストンセントラルホスピタル、お母さんか。お母さんも死んじゃったんだ。ドクター・アダムスはこの数時間あなたと連絡を取れないです。
Suzanne was telling the truth about her mother. Suzanne.
いや、これちょっと引き出しなんかまだあるっぽいな、これ。
The glasses are missing.
おう。
I called the district attorney to inform him. This is Detective Locke.
メガネがないの
I'm
な
at
ん
the
だ。
Armstrong house.
Have you arrested Suzanne Moreau?
She's dead, sir. Apparent suicide, but I need a forensics team.
She killed herself out of remorse for her part in the crime.
We don't know that yet. I'm calling forensics now, but I wanted you to know.
What a mess. Stay on site until forensics arrive.
Yes, sir. Standing by. The investigation was officially closed.
そうだな。
I was certain that she was innocent, and Clark had been responsible for 4 deaths and then vanished into thin air. With $1 million. Dollars marked, though, and not easily spent. I didn't care if the case was officially closed. I swore, Mr. Poirot, whatever it took, I would hunt him down.
そのマーク・クラークが何なの？クラークは何なの？
I waited for the forensics team, then went into the station to write my report. I was officially off the case.
Thank you, mademoiselle. That obviously cannot be the completion of your story. If I might ask a question?
Of course.
ラチェットはミズ・モローのボーイフレンドのだった。ラチェット、いや、こっちだろ。
Suzanne Moreau's boyfriend, the one who manipulated her and burned down the cabin. This was Ratchet?
No, he was an accomplice. Clark, The phony journalist was the leader.
Michael Clark, the reporter. He was Ratchet?
Absolutely. I was the only law enforcement official to question Clark. I knew this wasn't his first kidnapping.
You looked for similar cases. What do you Americans call the MMOs?
Means, motive, and opportunity. Yes, I looked for someone in plain sight. Someone on the edge of a kidnapping case. Someone in plain view, keeping track of the investigations. An innocent witness, a concerned neighbor, even another reporter.
And eventually you found a name behind an
JM ってなんだじゃあ。
Yes, I found a name. Cassetti, the real name. The real name of the man you call Ratchet is Cassetti.
This explains much, mademoiselle, but not all.
It explains why she is our #1 suspect.
But not how she came to be on this train.
え
Attends.
JM なんだろう JM。
I don't know what's wrong with me. Excuse me, Mr. Poirot. I don't feel very well.
You are exhausted and still feeling the effects of the drug. Stay with us, mademoiselle. One more effort. I need to know your recent movements.
I snuck aboard the train.
This I observed. You came directly to this room?
Yes. Yes, and other than a couple of careful trips to the ladies yesterday, I never left this room. I didn't want to be spotted by Ratchet. Yesterday, I chatted with my roommate, Miss Schmidt, I think, here in our room. She brought me some dinner. I got very sleepy and nodded off.
And now she nods off again. Is this a joke? She must be faking, so we can't interrogate her further, Poirot.
No, Book. She really seems to have fallen asleep again. It is my fault.
難事件です
Given
な
a dangerous dose of sleeping pills last night. The effects should wear off soon, I hope, but I am afraid asking her to tell us her story was too much for her.
Pinch her, Poirot. She's faking.
Her eyes are dilated. She is not faking, and there will be no pinching. Dr. Constantine, please stay with her. Monsieur Book, ask the other passengers to gather in the dining car. There are still many questions I need to ask.
But all of them together? Won't someone overhear you questioning the others?
I will speak softly because I am trained to do so. They will speak softly because they want to.
Very well. I will do as you say.
ちょっと待って、ラチェットはこれがあれこれがこれ？JM ってなんだよ ?JM のやつなんかないのかな誰か。JM ってなったあのボールペン何やったんやろねえ。ラチェットと新聞記者が同じ人だということだが、カセッティも違うもんね。ちょっと待って、もう一回見てみようか。ないか。もう昔のやつはそれで終わりな。さあ、それでは食堂車でみんなと話しましょうか。
I hope we will be leaving soon. I hope we will be.
I should go and interview the passengers in the restaurant car.
皆さん、 お集まりいただきまして、いねえ。誰もいねえ。あ、来た。待ってんのか。
The passengers who agreed to come and talk to you are assembled, Poirot. Mr. Masterman is already here to answer your questions.
Perfect. Thank you, my friend. Sit down, Monsieur Masterman, please.
Thank you.
Does the name Cassetti mean anything to you?
No. Should it?
Have you heard of the Armstrong kidnapping case?
Of course. It was all over the news a few years ago.
Your employer's real name is Cassetti. He was the man behind that kidnapping.
Mr. Ratchet was... He murdered that poor little girl?
Mr. McQueen, the man you worked for is a kidnapper named Cassetti.
What? What kidnapping?
He murdered his victim, a child named Daisy Armstrong.
The Armstrong kidnapping?
You had no idea of Monsieur Ratchet's real name?
Damn skunk!
Why are you so upset?
My father was the district attorney who handled the case, Mr.
この事件を
Poirot.
担
I
当した
saw
主婦
Mrs.
ア
Armstrong
ームストロング夫人は
more
素晴らしい方でし
She
た。
was a
アームストロング夫人ね。
gentle and heartbroken. If ever a man deserved what he got, Ratchet, or Cassetti, is the man. He didn't deserve to live.
Madame Olson, have you heard of the Daisy Armstrong case?
No, I've never heard of it.
It was only 2 years ago. It was famous.
Maybe so, but it was not famous in Spain, where I have been helping the refugees from Africa.
You've never heard the name
本当に知らないのかい？
Daisy Armstrong?
No, never.
Daisy Armstrong? No.
No.
No! No!
Yes. It was all over the English tabloids before I went to Jordan. A horrific crime that claimed the lives of an entire family and their wrongfully accused nanny. That's right, isn't it?
Quite so.
I thought the culprit had been punished.
Some might say that the culprit was punished last
咎めは昨夜受けた
Oh,
という
my heavens.
May I ask you a few more?
もう少し伺っていいですか？
Yes, of course.
アメリカにあなたはいらっしゃったことありますか？
I've read about the crime, as you said, in the tabloids.
Yes, that's right. For weeks, news of the royal family was eclipsed.
Have you ever been to the United States, mademoiselle?
No, never. Jordan was really my first trip abroad.
ヨルダン？
You were in Jordan?
Yes, I was an English tutor there to the children of a high official. Until recently.
What is your relationship to
タイとは
Captain?
どういったご関係で？
Who?
A former soldier traveling with us. You must have met him.
Ah, yes, I met him on the platform in Istanbul. We only had a brief exchange of pleasantries.
そのイヤリング、イヤリング。
British Reserve.
そのイヤリングだよ。あったんだよ。
The British Reserve.
タイの部屋にね。
Yes, with this I am familiar. She may be telling the truth, but
ここでしょ？
I cannot be certain.
あれ？違う。ヨルダンで英語教師。イスタンブールでここが
Are
違
you
う。
sure everything you have told me is accurate, Mademoiselle Debenham?
Of course.
これです。ホテルにイヤリングがあったんですよ。
Mademoiselle, I know that you met Captain Arbuthnot at the Tocatlian Hotel.
You were spying on me.
I am very attentive to my surroundings. It helps in my profession.
Well, it's your word against mine.
I had occasion to be of some assistance in recovering Captain Arbuthnot's
乗車券を探す手伝いした時にね、彼の部屋で
searching his room
あなたのイヤリングを見つけたんですよ。
of your earrings. Whatever your relationship may be to the good captain,
あな
I
たと
doubt
タイ
it
がどう
has
考えようと
anything
も
to
控えめにイギ
do
リス
with
人同士などではないでしょう。
You will not tell me your
そう、
secret,
あなた
mademoiselle.
は
I can't. I don't know
タ
what you
イと
mean.
知り合いなんですよ。
This Debenham's got nothing to do with this business. Nothing. You hear?
あ、シュンシュンシュンシュンシュン。この角度、下へかがむ。
Archie, stop.
そんなこともある。カンフーならマスターシールの称号がもらえ
This
た。
behavior is unworthy of an officer and a gentleman.
Leave her alone! Have you no honor?
Archie, we should go.
Captain Arbuthnot, I am certain you are a brave soldier, but you are a poor actor. The truth
大根
is
役者です、あなたは。実際、ミス・デブナムの恋人なのでし
your
ょう。
relationship with Miss Debenham is beyond doubt, Captain. Your reaction was apparently that of a man
あの
trying
反
to
応は
protect the woman
愛す
he
る人を
loves.
守るため
I
の
might
態度です。
understand that if your relationship was some
巧妙に偽り秘密の関係というのもあるでしょう。
It is
しかし、あなた方はお互いを見る目が愛にあふれている。
another at every
隠すことはできません。
cannot
みんな
hide your
分かっているんですよ。
Everybody knows.
I advise you to stop with your accusations, Mr. Poirot. I'm going to escort Miss Debenham back to her compartment. Make of that what you will.
The captain and Mademoiselle Debenham are obviously adamant about not revealing their relationship, but this scene convinced me there is more that is not so obvious.
This murder has everyone on edge. In my 25-year career, I have never seen such madness aboard the Orient Express.
I
わ
understand,
かるよ。
my friend. The
知
more
れ
we
ば知る
learn,
ほど
the more
困惑し
perplexing
ますわな。
the ride
だが、
becomes. But
他に
we
も
have
追うべ
other
き手がかりはあります。
What do you have in mind?
The broken watch
ラチェットがつけていた壊れた腕時計、そして死体付近にあったハンカチ、あれは誰のものだ？
This little drama we have just witnessed has not put you off the scent.
Far from it, my friend.
全然だよ。
Will you return to
ロ
your
ック刑事
watch
の
over
観察に
Mademoiselle
戻
Locke?
ってくれます
Yes,
か？
I will. Dr. Constantine can probably use a break.
Good.
Au revoir, Poirot.
さあ、腕時計についての仮説。どの文字がハンカチ？ H でしたね。
That was easy.
こっちか。腕時計に関する3つの仮説は？3つの仮説。腕時計は犯人によって調整された。腕時計は犯行の前から止まっていた。
Yes, there are only 3 possible
そうだ。
items.
この腕時計には手を加えられた可能性がある。
Or it is out of adjustment, or it indicates the time of the murder. I shall explore these last 2 possibilities before reaching any conclusions. If the watch is out of adjustment, it may be broken. There may also be another reason related directly to Ratchet. Maybe the watch is set to another time zone.
さあ。で、ハンカチの持ち主。H。ハバードさんですね。ハバードさんじゃないですか？7人の人物の特定？ヘクター、ホタル・モリ、ヒルガンテ・シュミット、サイラス・ハードマン、ナターリア、違う。公爵夫人。どういうこと？集めた情報による、まだ集めて情報を集めてません。仮にラチェットが午前1時15分以前に死亡していたとすると、 午前0時37分。今の彼がラジェットのふりをした。
It does not add up. The watch indicates that the murder
だっとき
took
は時計は
place
11時。しかしラジェットの殺しの犯人は
whereas Ratchet's alleged
0時
murderer
20
was
なんで0時
already
27分
in
にいたん
his
だ。
room at 12:27.
ちょっと先読みしすぎている。
The watch
すまない。
cannot indicate the time of the murder. My little Grace said
ちょっと先読みしちゃっている可能性がある。ちょっと先読みしている、先読みしている。まさかの先読みじゃないか、これは。私は今何をすればいいんだ。足りないアリバイを要求するだ。ミスター・フォックス・カレリ、ハードマン、シュミット、アリバイが足りない。アリバイをやる前に先に、ミスター・フォカスレリ。フォカスレリは103。アドレナリン公爵夫人は205。とりあえず20から行ってみようか。なぜか先読みしてしまっている。それもこれもアガサ・クリスティのオリエント急行殺人事件を2度も見たから。
Mr. Poirot, please find this murderer quickly. We could all be in
こ
danger.
の人は聞いたのか。で、これがラチェット。私の部屋。ここだ。すみません。
Can I do something for you?
Hello, Monsieur Hardman, I believe. You have heard of the murder?
Cyrus Hardman. Yes, and the fact that there's been a murder is all over the train.
You do not seem very concerned about it, monsieur.
何者だ、
First
あんた
murder
は。
I've run across.
I had no idea the selling of toys was so dangerous. I did overhear you mention at dinner that this is your profession.
Toy salesman is a cover.
探偵。
I'm a private detective, just like you, from the U.S.
アメリカから来た探偵。
Think what? I must admit I'm not right.
若く見えるぜ。
Voilà.
私立
I
探
did
偵
not
とは
expect to find another detective on this train.
I just finished a job in Istanbul when I received an email.
ラチェットさんから連絡を受けた。護衛を依頼された。
Something you failed to do.
I'm not happy about that. He'd received some threatening letters. I was supposed to watch his back, and yeah, something I failed to do. But he seemed to think he was in more danger when he left the train.
He was traveling to Paris?
I assume so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Can anyone on this train confirm your identity?
Yeah, that McQueen kid, Ratchet's secretary.
Were you on duty last night?
You bet. I kept my door open a crack and I watched
あ、
all
少
night.
しドアが開いていたって言
No
ってた
one
な。
entered that car who didn't belong there.
Did you see anything in particular?
The conductor, Michelle. He was there most of the time too, except for 15 minutes or so after we left Vinkovsky. He must have answered a call from Ratchet's room. Then he was absent again for a while around 1 a.m. After that, he didn't move until 5.
アームストロング事件は知ってますか？あなたにも因果があるのかもしれない。
Kidnapping 3 or 4 years ago? Who hasn't? Why?
Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. I have reason to believe he was the kidnapper.
What? He killed that little girl? No, I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the job.
Do you have any idea who was
脅
behind
迫状の
these
差し
threatening
出しに
letters?
関わったりは
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a small man. Dark hair, with a womanish kind of voice.
Ah, thank you for your help.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you for answering my questions, Monsieur Hardman.
探偵ね
Listen,。Poirot, I know I fell down on the job, but if you need help, any at all, let me know. I'd like to make
なんかいいやつだな、こいつ。
Ah. It has been a while since I have seen one of those.
この携帯がなんか最後に機能すんのかな。特に何もない。さあ次はこっちへ。
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
Very well, madam.
マダム
Later.
あんたがずっと怪しいんだよ。
To speak to me.
あんた左利きなんでしょ。
I hope your investigation is progressing, Mr. Poirot.
ジャック・ロンドン、コール・オブ・ザ・ワイルド。
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
どこにいるんですかあと。今一人しかまだ聞いてません。ハードマン聞いたね。ドラミゴロフ公爵夫人。ミズ・シュミット、アドレニ夫妻。アンドレニ夫妻はどこだアンドレニ夫妻は。公爵夫人と公爵夫人どれ ?205 ね公爵夫人。さっきの107は誰だあ、この人か。公爵夫人と夫妻。あ、ホスカレリはバーにいたな。205、205。205とホスカレリ。ここ誰だっけあれか。107は後から来てくれ。便所誰かいない？さあ、201はこの人行ったね。ここ私の部屋。カセッティ。で、ハバードさん。ここだ。おい、なんで、こいつはなんでいないこいつはずっといないぞ、この。どこ行ったあいつら。この人は喋れるな。
Monsieur Foscarelli,
よ
I
し。
would like to ask you a few questions.
少し質問いいですかい
Ah, Signore Poirot, is it? I was wondering when you'd get around to me. Unfortunately, you find me on a mission of mercy.
Hello, Monsieur Poirot. Sorry, we have a small problem. The orange juicer has broken down and I can't fix it. Mr. Foscarelli has kindly offered to help me.
It isn't a car engine, but I am doing my best.
Even with the two of us, we can't manage.
Let me guess. You call upon Poirot to help.
やべえ。これが終わったらね、俺やるんだよ、俺が。この私がやるんでしょ修理しますよ。違う。あ、違う違う。え、これ何どこ違う。手前に。ああ、2個できるのね、これ。ってことはですね。奥にとかできないので、これ、違う違う。 違う。ガチャガチャとしてこう来て、置けるのはここら辺だけ？これをじゃあ小さいのにしたら、これ意味なのね。これは合ってるな。だからこのこれ合ってます。これなんだよこれ。どうしたらいいんだ。あ、こっちにも当てれるやんほら。よしよしよしよしよしよし。で、違う。こうだ。よし。
Bravo! I should stick to automobiles.
それではお話ししてもらいますよ。私がギアを組み込んだんだね。
Antonio Foscarelli?
Foscarelli, Antonio Foscarelli, Italia.
Heard about Ratchet's murder last night.
Oh, naturally. It is all anyone is talking about.
アームストロング
Have you
事
ever
件につい
been
て。
to the United States?
Yes, it has been a primary market for our cars for the last 10 years.
You remember the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The name, yes? It was a little girl, a baby, was it not?
Yes, a very tragic affair. Did you know that Cassetti, the
お前
kidnapper,
車屋だろ？
actually
アームストロング家に車を下ろしていたなんてことはないですか？
Wouldn't you agree?
Can you tell me your movements
も
on
し
the
くは
night of the murder?
カセッティが乗っていた四駆、あなたの会社のものじゃないですか？
My roommate, Mr. Masterman, had a toothache.
歯痛いって言ってた
Oh, he moaned all night. It woke me up several times.
Did you hear anything or notice anything unusual?
No, nothing that I can think of. I stayed in my bed all night.
Well, thank you, Mr. Foscarelli.
I'm sorry I couldn't help more, Signore. I remain at your disposal if you should need me.
あの人たちどこ行ったんだろう？
Thank you so much, Monsieur Poirot. I can put orange juice back on the menu.
あの夫妻が全くいないんだけど。あの夫妻。この誰だ？そっか。
My next restaurant will not have wheels.
足りないアリバイを探す。一回やってみようか。 ガラスが割れる前には腕時計が止まっていなかった。ガラスが割れる前には腕時計が止まっていなかった証拠？ガラスが割れる前に腕時計が止まっていなかった証拠。
The watch was not defective because the second hand is still moving. That was easy.
そういうことか。ちょっともうイスタンブールとかよくわかんないこと出てきたから。まずこのアリバイの。ちょっと待ってよ。で、あと誰だっけ？ミスター・フォスカレリ、ハードマン言った人で、公爵夫人、最後に来てくれてたんで、ミズ・シュミット、アンドレニフさん、シュミットって誰ですか？シュミット。ああ、この人あそこにいたじゃん。なんか、食堂じゃねえ、変な、なんていうの？バーの手前にいたよな。走りてー。いや、公爵夫妻どこなの？マジでいない。この辺にいない？とか外出てるとこない？なんか。そう、この人はここで聞くしかないか。
Enchanté, mademoiselle. You are Hildegard Schmidt?
I am Erfol. And you, I know, are Herr Poirot.
Correct. May I ask you for a
質問させてください。
time to
ア
answer
リバイを。
questions?
With pleasure, but first may I ask for your help?
また？
Oh, why does this not surprise me?
I
どうせなんか、あ
I am at
れ
your
だろ？
service,
そうなんていうのあれ。
My mistress,
そう。
Princess Dragomirov, has asked me to open this traditional matryoshka doll. There is a trinket inside she must retrieve.
Madame, in my experience, each Russian nesting doll simply pulls apart to reveal the next one inside.
Indeed. Yet try it for yourself.
As you wish.
Ah, you are a gentleman.
ん？回転？これも回転できるの？これもやんの？なんだこれ合ってんじゃん。操作する。これは何が違うのか。ここがダメか。これがまずないから、ここだろ？違う。同じ花があっちゃダメとかそういうこと？ピンク。これいいじゃん。何がダメなのこれ。はいはいこの真ん中これ絶対ないよね。真ん中のオレンジは絶対ないから。ピンク。はあ？ これ何をやったらいいんだ、俺。これで合ってないのか、何がダメなのか。この赤を揃えるみたいなこと、赤を違うな。全部同じ色にする？これでも何がダメかがわかんねえな。オレンジだと。オレンジ、下にオレンジがない。ああ、そういうことね。わかった。サイドの花やな。で、ピンクの場合はここ、ピンク、上をピンクすると、青、ある、ないからダメ。あった。ってなったら、これダメか。オレンジ。で、オレンジ。違う。何これ？どういうこと？この、ここだけなんか線が入ってるよね。この線なんだろうな。ここに線が入っているな。何にもひらめかないぞ。別々の花にする。下は3種類しかない。ちょっと待って、下が、この青花、ピンク、もみじ、4種類あるわ。ってことは、これダメ。もう一個ずらします。ダメ。いや、このね、ここにね、これ見て、これ何？これ。この筋。この筋が後ろに来るようにするとかそういうこと？この筋を後ろに来るようにしました、ほら。ってなると、ここ確定するみたいなこと？2番目確定させて、違う。あ、なるほど。ピンクがこの花びらを落ちている。違うか。これだろう。 上がもみじのやつがない。上桜なんじゃないの？桜からこの横から降りてこいつになる。こいつから桜になっちゃうこれ。桜、青、ピンク、ピンク。同じ。全部同じになっちゃうな。これで赤になる。もう一回赤。赤。赤。で、最後は青。これだ。違う。やってみよう。ヒント何これ？桜、オレンジ、紫、青。桜、オレンジ、紫。なんであ、書いてあるよ。ちょっとほら、ここに書いてあるのさ、これ。中に。書いてあるやん。この時点で。そういうことやん。これはまたどこでこう。おお、なるほどね。お、なるほど。これはここが動くわけか。右後ろにあったよ。下やると全部動いちゃう。よし。私の最愛の友人へ。
Oh, thank you very much. This doll reminds her of her youth in Russia. It was very hard.
公爵夫人の友人が
But thanks to her
お母
strength
さん
and
だった
will,
とかね。
she rose to be the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg. Even though she now lives in Berlin, it is said that the Kremlin still fears her.
She must be a formidable woman indeed. You are her maid?
I am her companion. I help her in her daily tasks, and I keep her company.
Ah, forgive me. You will have heard of Ratchet's murder last night.
Yes, of course. Everyone is talking about it.
Can you tell me how you occupied your time last night?
Just after we left Istanbul, I had tea with my roommate, Fräulein Locke. I went to dinner with the princess, and when I returned to my compartment, Fräulein Locke was already asleep. A little later, Herr Michel, the conductor, came to get me because Madame la Princesse needed my help. Her back troubles her. I massaged her for about an hour.
Do you remember the time?
I'm sorry, I do not, mein Herr.
Thank you for answering my questions, madam.
いや、これで公爵夫人がなんか、公爵夫妻がお話聞いてくれるようになるんじゃないでしょう。お？あ、びっくりした。引っかかっただけだった。いない。あとおばあさんと公爵夫妻しかいないはずなんだが。
I am not prepared to receive.
Very well, madam. I'll come back later. But you will need.
あ、ダメだ。
So, my friend,
Have you finished your investigation?
No, but I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Okay. I stay here to watch this young lady.
Hardman, シュミット、アンドレニ夫妻と公爵夫人、最後アンドレニ夫妻がいないんだが。なんだ急に固まったんだけど。ね、みんなアンドレニ夫妻どこにいるかわかりますか？この的漁師かやったから教えてくれよ。
Did you need something else,
あ、
Monsieur Poirot?
公爵夫人の場所じゃない？違う。
Can you tell?
Just over back.
Do you remember?
どうしたらいいんでしょうかね。こちらも話聞いたけど。はあ？なんか別の謎、こっちハンカチの持ち主やるしかないのか？ハバード、ヘクター、ホタル。この人の名前がそのH なんじゃないの？ヒルガンテ、タイラス。1、2、3、4、5、6。
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
この6人は合ってたんかい。コンスタンティンさんだけ。コンスタンティンさんだよ。そうだな。まあだからその7人の可能性があるとするなら。
That's the right answer.
301、302開けれなかったな。ファーストネーム知らない人物をチークしかないと思うね。ミスター森ハバード夫人、ミスターマックインハバードいや、301、302は、あれらしいよ。その、301、302はだってさ、あいつらの寝床だぜ。一回見てみる？開けれないんだよね。さあ、じゃあ森に、ホタル森に聞いて、ホタル森じゃなかった。この人なんだっけ？
I'm sorry, sir, but I must concentrate on my baking.
なかなか難しいじゃないか。さあ、ドミトリニコフさんみたいな名前の公爵夫人。森はどこにいんだ、森は。
Did you need something else, Monsieur?
いや、
Did
ハン
you
カチ
need
なんですか？
something else, Monsieur Poirot?
Have you lost a handkerchief embroidered with an H, madame?
Oh, no, Monsieur.
I thought perhaps since your first name is Hildegard.
It is not mine, I tell you.
違いますか。ありがとうございま
We
した。
have no idea who it belongs to.
My apologies, I did not mean to alarm you.
まあ順番に聞くしかなさそうだな。ほら、固まるんだよ、ここで。なんだこの固まる。あ、やっと聞けますね。
Monsieur, I am Hercule.
I know who you are, Monsieur Poirot. What do you want?
Answers to a simple question or two.
All right, but quickly. My wife is quite ill. I would like to stay by her side.
I promise. First of all, I imagine you know about the murder.
Of course. The Countess is terribly distressed.
Your full name?
Rodolphe Adreny.
Your home is?
Budapest.
And how do you come to be aboard the Orient Express?
なんで使
I
っ
am
た
a
んだ
Hungarian diplomat. My family has represented our homeland since the
Hungary,
revolution
right?
from the Soviet Union in 1956. I was on my country's business in Istanbul. Business which I cannot discuss.
And your wife often accompanies you on your diplomatic missions?
Yes, and why not?
お前のまずは人物像を書かせてもらうぜ。そうだ。ハンガリー。職業外交官。年上54ってところでしょう。違う。若いんかい。若いんかい。これこっちは若いんかい。
My little dress cells did not let.
さあ、アリバイ聞かせてください。
Tell me how you spent last night.
I was in our compartment with my wife. She went to bed early. I played a video game on my phone. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, my wife woke up and
妻が目を覚まして眠れないという睡眠薬を飲みました。
she took a sleeping pill. As for me, I went to bed soon after that and slept straight through until morning.
Have you ever been to the United States?
I was posted to the Hungarian embassy in Washington for a year.
You knew perhaps the Armstrong family.
Armstrong? Armstrong. It is difficult to recall. One meets so many people.
It was the kidnapping of a child, a very sad affair. The
夫人は
culprit was the man on this train who called himself Ratchet, the one who was murdered last night.
Indeed. It sounds like justice finally caught up.
夫人の名前を教えてください。
Now, I'd like to speak to your wife, if you don't mind.
It's impossible. As I told you, my wife is very ill. Thank you, and good luck with the investigation.
名前だけでも。夫人の名前だけでも。夫人のな。
Eh bien, the good count does not appear to want me to talk to his wife.
希望されないか。夫人だろう、これどうせ。
Is this handkerchief embroidered with an H yours?
Do I look like the kind of guy who would use a handkerchief like that?
固まったんだけど。やっと最後だ。
I am not prepared to.
ダメなんだ、これまだ。
Monsieur McQueen, may I ask you a question?
マックイーンさん
Anything I can do to help, Mr. Poirot?
This handkerchief embroidered with an H. Is it yours?
No, I don't use cloth handkerchiefs.
Thank you. I won't
以
bother
上
you anymore.
夫人だろ、夫人。
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
So, my friend.
ま
Okay.
だか。で、おばさんダメ。ああ、行ったわ。で自分の部屋。 ラチェット。ハバードさん聞いたんだけどな。
Madame Hubbard, may I ask you a question or two? It won't take long.
Anything I can do to help?
Have you misplaced a handkerchief recently?
No, I don't think so. Why?
We found a handkerchief embroidered with the letter H, so I thought it might have been yours.
I'm sorry, but it's not. It may belong to Miss Schmidt, Princess Dragomirov's lady's maid. I believe her first name is Hildegard.
It is a possibility. Anyone could be lying, of course. I thank you, madame.
お前は嘘をついているのか？もう一回開けてみようか。
I would like to speak.
夫人と話をさせてください。
As I have already told you, she is in no condition to speak to you.
Monsieur le Comte, I am investigating a murder.
I wish you every success, but my wife is too frail to be questioned.
もう一度試す。だったらあなたに手伝ってほしいことがある。
Monsieur, if I am to catch this murderer, I will need your help.
My help? I am at your service, Poirot.
奥様愛していますか？
You are obviously a devoted husband, Count Andrini.
My wife means the world to me. There were questions in Budapest about a Hungarian diplomat marrying an American woman.
アメリカ人なんだ。
I would have given up my position for her. I would think it is universal. Are you married, Mr. Poirot?
No. I fear
奥様の名前をポロッと言え。名前をポロッと言うんだ、お前は。それだけは知りたい。
She is suffering about a vertigo.
マイか。
To understand? The room spins.
I think Dr. Constantine could help your wife.
There is a doctor on this train? I did not know. Where is this doctor?
I think
ラウン
Dr.
ジカーにいると思い
Constantine
ま
is
すが。
in the lounge car. If not, perhaps the conductor can tell you where he is.
Very well. I will find him. Thank you very much.
よしよし、今。奥さんいるじゃないか。
Forgive me for intruding, madame. I am Hercule Poirot.
I know who you are, Mr. Poirot. I overheard you send my husband on a wild goose chase.
Your husband cares for you.
あなたへの研修を利用した形になったことは謝りま
I
す。
apologize for exploiting that fact. But the situation is urgent, and I need
しかし質
to
問
ask
させてください。
you a question.
あなたはお名前
How
は
would you accept it?
ファーストネー
I
ムを教えてくだ
realize
さ
you
い。
must speak to everyone. This horrendous murder. It's very upsetting.
That is a beautiful music box.
Please don't touch the music box. It's a fragile family.
こんなもの持ち出す
Your
な。
accent, is it American? Boston, perhaps?
You have a good ear, Mr. Poirot. Yes. Born and raised in what we call the Back Bay.
Back
Are
Bay。
you in the diplomatic service?
外交官のお仕事ですか？
No, not officially. I was still
2
in
年
college
前
when I
夫
met
と来
Rudy
てまだ
2
学生
years
でし
ago.
た。
I keep myself busy handling his scheduling,
睡眠薬がある。
appointments.
Ah, what is the saying? Behind every great man there is a great woman.
That was the saying. Today one might reverse the sentiment as well, don't you think?
Of course, I stand corrected.
アメリカ人。職業なし。学生でしたって言ったら21だ。21! 夫人若すぎじゃないか。
That happens to me. A handkerchief embroidered with an H was found at the crime scene. By any chance, does your first name begin with an H?
No, my first name is Elena, with an E.
エレナ。
Can you tell me what you did last night?
Well, my husband and I went to dinner. Then we came back
What
here.
did you
We
do
went to
again?
bed around 10 o'clock. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't because of the shaking of the train. I suffer from vertigo. I finally took a sleeping pill and that did the trick.
When did the train's motion prevent you from sleeping?
Between midnight and 2 a.m. I know because I must have looked at my watch about 10 times.
I see.
さあ、嘘が夫とディナー食べに行きました。10時までにベッドに。10時までにベッドに入りました。12時から2時まで12時から2時まで列車の揺れじゃないだろう。止まっていたはずだ、列車は。
Come now, Countess. You are not telling me the truth.
Why do you say that?
列車の停
The
止。
train stopped at 12:30 a.m. due to snow. So there was no shaking of the train. But you told me that it was the shaking that prevented you
嘘を
from...
ついている理由があ
Oh,
る。
you're confusing me. My vertigo.
Madame, a man died last night. You can't talk nonsense just because you're sick. You are hiding something from me.
How dare you? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm going to find my husband.
けけ夫人怪しいね。
That was unkind, I know, but my strategy worked.
でも
I
うま
can
くい
now
った。
inspect this room in
なるほど。
peace.
わざとそういうふうに怒らせたわけだ。さあ、今のうち。さあ、今のうちに。
These must be the sleeping pills that Countess Andreni took last night. There seems to be something missing.
ここに何か欠けているな。ほいほいなんだこれは。
It's closed. It's closed.
なんかマークがあるわ。うん、鳥と、うん、
There seems to be something missing.
何か欠けているってこと、何か探した方が良さそうだ。グレート・ギャッツビー。華麗なるギャッツビーね。これか。違う。これピアス。夫人のなんか、いや、これマジ、なんか、それだけじゃ解けなさそうなんだけど。ドライヤー系で。この箱に何か意味があるのかもしれない。音符、星、月、太陽。あ、鳥、バラ。どこを中心に？鳥バラ、葉っぱの順番ではある。鳥、バラこれ。
It's closed. It's closed.
うん。鳥バラ、葉っぱ。バラ、鳥。鳥、葉っぱ。あ、いた。よし。で、ここにハンドル入れて、うん？なんだ？は？ なんだこれ。あ、なんか開いた、急に。なんで開いたかわかんないけど、開いた。なんかあったな、待ってよ。音符、星、月、太陽、月。なので、よし。なんだこれは。かわいい子供たち。ヘレナとソニアに。兄弟か。ソニア・アームストロングと公爵夫人。違う。年が合わんか。21歳って言ったもんね。エレナと見せかけてヘレナで H だったんだ。違う？どう？
For my beautiful young ladies,
ソニアってソニア・アームストロングじゃなかったっけ？
Helena with
3年前に。
It's Countess Andreni with an older girl.
あ、年上だからありえるか。結構年上だったらありえるか。まだまだなんか見なきゃ。裏は
An engraving.
黄色い文字が。
I believe Russian Cyrillic. It looks like a first name.
Poirot! Have you no shame?
Monsieur, I am afraid shame is
恥
not
な
a
という感
very
情は真実を追求されるにはあまり役に立ちません。
What are you doing in our compartment?
I am investigating a murder, Count Andreni.
My wife is ill.
My apologies, monsieur, but your wife seemed in perfect health when she left the room to find you. I do apologize, but I needed to search your compartment.
You will regret this, Poirot.
Please, Count. You aren't going to challenge
公
me
爵
to a duel, are you?
伯爵
Countess, I'm
伯爵
afraid
でし
I
た。
took the liberty of inspecting your little music box.
How dare you?
The message in the medallion was addressed to you and Sonia. Sonia Armstrong. Your older sister? The mother of Daisy.
う
The
ん、
murdered
分かってき
child.
ましたね。どんどんどんどん。どんどんどんどん。
I am
真相が分かってきましたね。
You have no official standing here. You have no right to search.
No, Rudolph. Let me speak. It's useless to deny what this gentleman says. I am Helena Goldenberg, the sister of Sonia Armstrong, and Daisy was my niece. The music box is a gift from my sister's godmother, a very close friend to my mother. We hid the truth from you when we learned that the man killed last night was the person who destroyed my family. I panicked. I didn't want to be accused.
That is also why you lied about the H in your first name?
Exactly. Your ferreting about looking for the H is obviously part of your investigation.
If I found a
私がもしラセッ
handkerchief
ト
in
の部屋から
Mr.
いつもイニシャル
Ratchet's
1のハン
room
カチを見つけたら、
embroidered with an H, I might
あ
suspect
なたがそこへ
you
入ったと
had
疑う
been-
でしょう
A
ね。
handkerchief? I don't have any handkerchiefs embroidered with my initial. To be honest, that sounds awfully old-fashioned to me.
I give you my word of honor that last night, Helena never left her compartment. My wife is telling you the truth.
誰がハンカチを置いていくんだ？
I'll let you rest. The matter of the H on the handkerchief still needs clearing up. But first, I should check the inscription on the back of the medallion.
確かに。彫刻の翻訳。なんだこれ。 HATA これだね。N ってのない。N の逆か、これ。で、R の逆、これだ。
Natalia. Would it be Natalia Dragomirov? She is the only Russian passenger on the train.
ナタリア。
addition,
さらに名前のイニシャルが
her
黄色い文
name
字で H
begins
だ。
with an H.
そうか。ナタリアの
Et voilà.
ロシア語のナタリア。おばさんだ。待ってよ。ってことは、このナタリア・ドミリコフさんが名付け親だということか。つながってきた、つながってきた。
I am not prepared to receive.
I'm sorry, madam, but a man has been murdered. I must ask you a few
質問させてください
You。must have misunderstood me. I cannot speak to you just now.
Madam, I know that Sonia Armstrong
そうです
is
ね。
your
名付け親なんだろう
goddaughter.
な。お前が。ガチャン。
Come in, please.
入っていいわ。
Please forgive my intrusion, madam, but I really must ask you some questions.
Then ask. I'll answer if it pleases me.
We have not been properly
紹介し合ったことはないが、
Yet
両方と
I
観察してい
have
る。
observed her a couple of times, so I can already deduce
だからすでに推
something
測できること
about
もあり
her.
そうだ。ロシア人、オペラ演出家博物館の館長みたいなこと言っとったっけ。
That's the right answer. I will first ask you
ま
about
ず昨夜ですが、
Will you
あなたは
tell me
何をされていましたか
I went to bed just after dinner. I read until 11, then tried to sleep. Later, I woke.
What caused you to awaken?
I suffered from back pain, a consequence of old age interfering with an active life. I called Schmidt around 12:45 a.m. to give me a massage. She did so until I fell asleep.
How long was she with you?
A good hour, I would say.
I see.
うん。
The first initial of your first name, Natalia, in the Cyrillic alphabet looks exactly like the letter H in the Latin alphabet.
I'm Russian, Monsieur Poirot, and I was the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg for decades, until I moved to Berlin recently. I'm familiar with Cyrillic.
あなたのハンカチですね。
Is yours, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I lost it.
It was found in Monsieur Ratchet's room. Can you explain to me why Madame Schmidt didn't identify the handkerchief? She must have known it was yours.
Possibly to protect me. She is very loyal. Your next question will be, how did my handkerchief come to be lying by a murdered man's body? My reply to that is that I have no idea.
That is not an answer, madame.
It is all I am able to give you.
さあ、ア
I
ムストング
must
に
tell you, Princess Dragomirov, I have discovered something astonishing.
And that is?
なんだって
Are Sonia
そう
Armstrong's
だ。
godmother.
死んだな。死産のソニアだ。
I have never hidden the fact, monsieur.
You knew Colonel Armstrong well, then?
I knew him slightly. But his wife, Sonia Armstrong, was my goddaughter. I was on terms of friendship with her mother, the actress Linda Arden. Linda Arden was a genius, one of the greatest tragic actresses in the world. I was not only an admirer of her art, I was a personal friend.
Very well. But this
アームストロング
links
誘
you
拐事件とあ
to
なたを
the
つなげるもので
Armstrong
す。
kidnapping case. Elena Andreni is the sister of Sonia Armstrong, the late
Sonia
mother
は
of
誘拐
Daisy
されたデイジー
Armstrong,
だ。
kidnapped and killed by the man who was murdered on this train, Ratchet.
Indeed. Was it he? Then
そん
justice
な
has
偶
at
然
last
があってたまるか。
Allow me to summarize.
Do I have a choice?
First coincidence.
第一の偶然。あなたはアームストロング一家と近い関係。レイジー・アームストロング事件の犯人は殺害された。その時、あなたは同じ列車に乗っていた。第二の偶然。あなたのハンカチが被害者のベッドの足元で見つかった。第三の偶然、それは死体にある刺し傷の一つは、ヨボヨボのおばあさんがまるで刺したような左利きの人物でよりも、あなたは左利きだ。偶然が多いですね。ドラゴミロフ公爵夫人。
Well, Monsieur Poirot, call it fate. If you report to the police your coincidences, they will laugh.A woman of my age and frailty has violently murdered a man? With how many potential witnesses who saw me doddering along the corridor in the middle of the night like Lady Macbeth?
You are right.
その通り。お一人では無理でしょう。つまり、1から2の共犯者がいる。それを誰だか知るのは時間の問題です。とにかく一人はおばさん、あんただよ。
And take your fantasies with you.
Привет! Привет!
なんだこいつ。さあ、新しいノートが来た。新しいアリバイの再確認。アリバイが一致するのは、シュミットさんにやってもらったミズ、これは旦那でしょ。フォスカレリはハードマン、フォスカレリはここ一緒だよね、仲間だよね。ハードマンさんなんだ、探偵で見たって言ってたね。ずーっといたって言ってた。オッケー。
I'm right again.
で、あとはあれもういいのか。タイムゾーン。これガラスの下りだけなんか自分で。イスタンブールはどのタイムゾーンにある？イスタンブールはどのタイムゾーン？2。
Good job.
オリエント急行現在。ベニスの手前だな。ハンガリーの辺じゃないか？違う？
Yes.
あ、1時間ずれてるってことか？そういうこと？
This theory is correct. Then the murder took place at 12.
この論理が正しければ。
I must interrogate all the passengers to see if any of them have an alibi for this hour.
よし。ニールセンはこいつ。デブナムはコンスタンティン違う。あれこいつちょっと聞くか。ここ分かったな。タイとデブナムとブークね。オッケー。とりあえずそこだけ聞くか。
So, my
no.
Okay.
いや、お前には聞けねえのか。君は？君も関係ない。ちょっと待って、誰？ここ分かってる。デブナム、ブークも分かんない。コンスタンティン。タイとデブナム。とりあえず聞くか。
I hope your investigation is going well,
タイ
Mr.
とデブナ
Poirot.
ム。よーし、分かってきたぞ。 けねえよお前は。ここはハーバードさん。ハーバードさんも一応聞かなきゃダメだっけ。ハーバードさん。ハーバードさん12時15分。関係ねえか。さて、どこに誰がいるんだ？誰も話聞いてもらえないのか、私は。いないじゃないか。あれ？誰に聞けばいいのこれ。なんか人がいないんだけど。あ、だから、たどれってことね。アリバイの時に。ミスターデブ、そうだ、デブナムと、タイとデブナムが一緒に行っちゃったんだよね。そっか、ここタイでいいんだ。タイいないじゃん。タイとデブ、これ、アリバイ重なってるはずなんだけど、違うわ。これさ、見えねえのかな？なんか覚えてないこともあるから、俺が。謎を切り替える。特別な関係に足りないアリバイ。いや、ブークに報告。やってみるか。いや、こことここが一緒にいたよね。カードやってたよな。タイはなんか誰かと喋ったって言ってたよな。なんかこいつだっけ。なんか仲良くなったって言ってたもんな。デブナムさんは肩も見に行ったみたいなくだりなかったっけ。こっちどっちか。なんか肩も見に行ったみたいな。デブナムさんはこの人、ハバード夫人の秘書だっけ。
No, 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 not good.
いや、なんかさ、もう一回アリバイを確認したい。これじゃこれで見えねえかな。これはキャラクターだけか。忘れてモーターも許さんってこと。許すまじってことね、このゲーム。忘れてちょっとそこをもう一回確認した。急に動かない。やるしかねえか。これちょっとここ確定で、これも確定なんよ、多分。デブナムさん、こっちか。おし。
Voilà.
で、ブークに確認。OK。そう、デブナムさん、なんかそのマッサージするみたいなくだりなかった言ってたよ、なんか。じゃあ、アスピリンもらうんだっけ。それは違うか。
Oh, Poirot, you're there.
よし。
She hasn't moved, but she seems to be waking up little by little. What about you? Your investigation progresses?
I find myself
皆の問題を解消するのに役に立ったみたいだ。
before they can help me with mine.
こっちの問題まだね。この移動、二日酔いの出会いで。
repaired an
ジューサーの修理、ロシア人形も開けた。
Russian dolls, also my investigation can proceed.
Don't forget the dessert recipe.
How can I?
Truly, the labors of Hercules.
My friend, I would rather clean out the Orient stables. Yet, I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Oh, tell me everything.
The embroidered handkerchief
ドラゴミロフ公爵夫人のものだ。
I also found out that she was Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
On the same train with the little girl's murderer?
Exactly. Also,
うん。
Elena Andreni is the younger sister of Sonia Armstrong, Daisy's mother.
Another passenger connected to the Armstrong case?
Yes, Book. What are the odds, do you think? But I cannot see either woman stabbing Ratchet over and over again in a frenzy. And they apparently have alibis. I had 3 theories.
壊れた時計について3つの仮説がある。
It could have been tempered.
改ざんされている。
It could have been out of adjustment before the murder. Or, of course, it could indicate the actual time of the murder. The only hypothesis I could rule out was that the watch was out of adjustment. For the others, they are impossible to verify. So the watch is of little use to the investigation.
And I was convinced
犯行の時刻を指定していると思っていたのか？
two women involved in the Armstrong case.
Let us not forget our patient here. There are 3 women.
Look, she seems to be waking up.
What's happening to me? Did I fall asleep again?
Indeed, Mademoiselle.
そうだ。何者かに注射を打たれたようだな。麻酔銃をな。
Did you take
私もよく眠るよ。
sleeping pills?
気づいたら事件は解決しているんだ。
I inspected your cup. You can clearly see that there is a residue of something at the bottom. I'm sure a lab test would confirm you were drugged. Most likely an overdose. That would explain your battle to shake off the effects.
You think Fräulein Schmidt did it?
She certainly had the most opportunity, but why would she?
But no one knew who I was.
私は誰かを知る者はいないし。
It's impossible that someone deliberately targeted me.
うん。確かに。なぜ？ここで謎を解けと？高い容疑者を2人選ぼう。ちょ待ってよ。そう、誰かが飲ませたよな。ハンカチ、時計。可能性はシュミットなんだが、あと一人は誰だ？シュミットと。
I do not think that's the right answer. Fräulein Schmidt
そうだな。
Monsieur Michel may have drugged
原作に忠実ななかなか忠実。
Fräulein Schmidt or Pierre Michel could have drugged your tea. They are really
なかなか忠
the
実。
only two people on this
赤い
train
ガウ
who
ンの人が
could
走り
have
去
done
る
it.
後ろ姿とかもあっ
But
たし。
why would either one do it?
Mr. Poirot, I'm feeling much better. I'd like to bring you up to date to why I ended up on this train.
If you are able, I would very
こい
much
つは
like
昔の
you to
誘拐事
finish
件の
your
追ってた
story.
刑事ね、こ
Very
の
well
女の
then.
人。
After the Daisy Armstrong case was officially closed, I put out a standing request to the police departments in the Boston area for
Oh.
anything on Michael Clark. but he didn't turn up on their radar. I even set up an anonymous tip line for news about Clark. That's how I met Braid. A sketchy contact on the dark web, but they found nothing I could use. Four long years passed without anything new.
Oh.
Every day I looked at the evidence board I put up in my apartment bedroom. Then this morning, a police report landed on my desk that changed everything. I paid a visit to the police property room and took home a box full of clues. There was his name. Michael Clark.
はい、ということで今回はここまでにいたしましょう。セーブしましょう。セーブしなくていいや、俺。どうせあれだから。一回一応しとくか。残念でしたな。あと、ヒゲは全く私は手に入っていない。はい、ということでございまして、今回はここまでとなります。これは名探偵毛利小五郎の事件簿。さあ、オリエント急行での殺人事件。今回分かったこと、ハンカチの H は、夫人の H。そして、ソニア・アームストロングの妹、名付け親、その旦那、などがいるということでございまして。続きはまたやりたいと思いますので、ぜひその時も見てください。それとも皆さん、忘れちゃならないのが、チャンネル登録、そして、高評価の方もお願いしますね。開示店ペリカステッカー売り切れ、あれ、売り切れか、あれ。そうなのか早いじゃないか。またどうせ、在庫入るだろう。それじゃあまた皆さん、お会いしましょう。さようなら。ネクストコナンズキンおえ12箇所の刺し傷。タラタットットットットットットット